everybody. Welcome back to Wampleville, and welcome back to another Armada Mondays. Gonna make you dizzy here. The battle star goes round and round, round and round. This one right here is a Tauron design. Last one we did was this here. This is an Aerolon ship. This these these are really different than say a lot of the other battle stars that we've done. What we're going to do is get the lighter dry brushy stuff on that land dress, and then we're going to do the usual. We're going to put ourselves a spacescape over there. So land dress, hopefully you were still having as much success with the painting as you were showing me in those pictures there. Great to see you. Well, it's definitely going to be a happy Monday for you for a while. Okay, it said have, okay, no magnets on there. So you can go over there. So first thing we're going to do is they're going to get some of the little bit of dry brushy lighter stuff on this whatever brush, don't matter. Hey there, Armored Wolf, sorry for the delay. I was just about to start and then I was like, oh yeah, I don't have any of these in here, and it's handy just at least for showing people the spacescape deal that's going on there. All right, let's just get the dry brushy stuff going on this thing here super quick. Again, nothing terribly fancy. We got this really light gray. We got some of our Marsy black in there. A little more to gray. And then we'll do the, I think I got green stuff at the ready. We can get that going. There'll be mostly panel lines on the gator section of the ship. Everywhere else, there's a lot going on. I don't think we'll need a whole bunch of panel lines everywhere else. Hey there, Valfera. So yeah, I guess the flamethrower concept is more common than I thought, right? So great to see you there, Valfera. So sorry this was later, but I was trying to get more prints going. I just basically set up the. It's gonna. Needless to say, it's gonna raise the electric bills a whole bunch, but I did set up one of the heaters there by the area just to kind of warm it up. Actually, Armored Wolf, does the new printer you got have a heated vat? Well, let's have a little quick mini hype train here for Valfira on where the heck is the hype? There it is for 60 streams. Sorry that I keep making these more difficult on you there, Valfira, by having them start later and later. I am still hoping, Valfira, that I was thinking maybe, well, actually, Valfira, the Saturday stream might also. Either the Friday or the Saturday stream would be an early start. It kind of depends on some other factors, but I've got a bunch of stuff that I would like to try to paint then. Actually, that's the most efficient way to heat up that vat, right, Valfira? So it does have the heated vat, huh, Armored Wolf? I mean, I figured it had to. It's practically space age technology compared to what I'm using now, right? So it stands to reason that it would for sure have a heated vat or something like that. So here's hoping that again now Valfira. So you only lost the internet. You weren't losing power. So Valfira. I know that a lot of people I was talking to, especially in Tennessee and stuff, they were without power for almost 2 days. I mean, it was definitely well over 20. It was something like 30 hours or something like that, at least. And then it would come back on, and then it would go away, kind of like your internet there, Valfira. Yeah, it would come back on for a little bit, then it would be gone. Okay, there's nothing. There's nothing space age. I see what I did there about what I'm doing here. It's fairly straightforward. Now, before I do the rest of the lighter gray here, let me try to get some of the lightest dry brushy stuff going here. Might have to throw some more of the white out there too. Yeah, Vilfera, again, glad that you didn't have that particular thing to deal with, because that would have complicated things. Needless to say, it's still about, I think now it's about 4 or 5 degrees, something like that here. I wasn't sure if, I know, I guess in Texas they got back in probably the 40s or something like that. But here, I kind of I had no choice but to at least try to do some prints. The nighttime hours are definitely a better time to try doing that because, well, we don't have that daytime heating of the living room, blah, blah, blah. All right, now this goes off to the side. And then we're going to do our spacey-scape on here. Yeah, I'm just going to smush as much as I can out of that. I've got more busts. I've got a Galadriel one. I got other, again, obviously all the Trench Crusade ones that I want to be printing out. There's more more Battlestar Galactica ones to print out. I want to maybe try to print out a couple of more of the Lord of the Rings flats in that new style. Speaking of which, remember the next tutorial, I'll be filming that tomorrow. That is going to be the probably the Aragorn flat, and I'll try to paint both of them. Well, as much as I can. Let me do the rest of this. I also got this video started right here. Filmed the first couple of segments on our guy with all the freehand and such. Also, too, this Tuesday and Wednesday, I'll be doing the Dropbox folders thing. Landrest, I wasn't sure if you were going to maybe be doing any printing this weekend, because I'll let Camden know the file. Again, I'm trying to do like a Tuesday or Wednesday sort of thing where the Dropbox folder is active. Little bit of our lighter stuff of our green there. Something like maybe this is a blending brush, or yeah. No, let me try this here. Let me try this here. A little bit of tap, tap, tap going on there, like we do there as well. Valfira, it really is the time of great darkness. There's no college football. There's no more NFL. It's all over. That's it's really weird, Valfira. I gotta say, it is really weird. Let's do this in Armored Wolf. I'll shoot you the AO. Actually, in the Armored Wolf, I wasn't sure. I guess is it easier for me to just print the AON busts for the class and just bring them to Adepticon instead of you having to try and haul them all the way down from Alaska? And I mean, not that they're gigantic, right? They're not the 10-inch tall busts or anything like that. Yeah, just one more game. That's it, Velfera. The Super Bowl, and it's all over. All the conference championship games over with. But the Super Bowl is kind of like, eh. It's almost just everything else leading up to it is more. Actually, Valkyria, did they stop doing that? I thought they stopped doing that. They just they do like some kind of a competition thing, and then they do like a flag football game or something like that. Because, well, basically that's pretty much all they're doing in that game. It's literally just a bunch of flag football. I'll never forget when the fans were booing that years ago, Valfira, because nobody was doing anything. Yeah, Valfira, I think years ago they stopped the actual Pro Bowl. At least what you and I grew up with. That doesn't exist anymore. That's long gone. Interestingly enough, Valfira, years ago in Soldier Field, every year they used to have a game of college all stars versus an NFL team. I forget, it was probably in the mid 60s when they stopped doing that. At least that would be my guess. But that used to be at Soldier Field every year. In this day and age, right? It's pretty wild to contemplate that, Valfera. Valfera was kind of because they all had the different helmets and everything, right? So you would, obviously the jerseys were the same because otherwise that would have been real confusing. It was almost like the APCC, Valfera. It was like the APCC of pro sports. All right, so did our little bit of fading that there. Oh, and Valfera, I tested out Hitem. Thank goodness. I managed to find that you could just do a monthly thing, and it was like a minimal thing, so it was like $9.50 or something because there was like money off of it. Hitem is not good. It takes forever. The results are ridiculously bad every single time. And now actually Messi's got, I think it's got a multi-view thing, Valfera. Yeah, Valfera used to be able to get those jerseys, I think. But yeah, don't bother with high temp. Oh my gosh. That was a disaster. Even with the busts. Remember I was saying, okay, that's the one thing that it might do really well? It was comically bad. It wasn't like, okay, it wasn't necessarily a great likeness. It was like, is this even human? That's the level of bad. It's like, I assume it sort of has two eyes. It vaguely has something that resembles a mouth. I gather that that's supposed to signify a human. Well, GPT doesn't do STL files there, Velfera. Yeah, that's that. It can only do images. It cannot do STL files. And I wouldn't trust the scripts either. It says, oh, I'll do you a script. You just put that in Blender or something like that. It's like, pfft. If it's like anything else that that GPT does, it is not worth. It is not worth a single moment of your time. So yeah, one just doesn't make any. This one is designed to do it. It's kind of like a car, Velfera, that has no wheels, no engine, no steering wheel, no doors. Yet it claims to be a car. So the generally recognizable features of a car not actually on there. which again makes it slightly less than optimal, as in useless. So do not waste that. Basically, what I'm going to do is just use up all the credits on that thing, and then just cancel it immediately. Hey there, Irid. Irid also has a 60 stream streak. So, Irid, why don't you? You know what we're going to say? Why don't you post your Pinterest link there in the chat? So great to see you there, Irid. Now, Irid, is it going to still be jewelry streams like usual this weekend, or are you going back to the Gundam side of things? Actually, Irid, is it Gundam or Gunpla? I know there are differences, and I don't want to mislead or something like that. If you say no, actually, what I'm really doing is Gunpla instead of Gundam, but I think it's Gundam. Now, sadly, I do not have knowledge of what the differences are. I apologize for that. I don't know. I don't know if it's like the subtle differences between, say, something like maybe a Sturm Tiger and a Stug, or if it's massive, like the differences between a Puma and a K2 or something like that. That I couldn't say. I'm doing a little something different right here on the base there. I'm glad I asked there, Arid. I'm glad. Oh, this is gonna be a different time. There's 3 p.m. Saturday. Actually, Arid, I was thinking of doing an early. Now it's not gonna be that early. I'll tell you right now. It is not gonna be. It's not gonna be 3 Central Pacific, Eastern, or any. Well, it might be Australian time. I don't know, but it ain't going to be 3 p.m. here. So it's 3 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Pacific on Friday. I'm glad I asked. I'm glad I asked there, Irid. Yeah, I was just kind of figured it might be Julie as you were continuing the turquoise. Actually, Irid, is the turquoise piece done with the dragon eyes and everything? And of course, sorry, I don't. I'm sure you've already got a name for it and everything. I don't. You probably even told me what it was. But if you told me what my name was about 2 seconds ago, right, Landrest, would I remember? I think not. I think not. Yeah, that was super cool there, Arid. Now, Armored Wolf, did you want to share? Well, now the ones that you just showed me, are those going to be tied together into one full Instagram reel, or was there kind of those broken up into individual reels there? But if you want to share the instas there, Armored Wolf, please go ahead. So Armored Wolf, that one view in particular, the one Inquisition bag there, the perspective, the camera angle was super nifty. Yeah, that was like the ideal camera angle. So I don't know, if it's taking you like a half an hour to jerry rig something, to set up the hold the phone camera or whatever in place. So their own reel. Okay, that's what I thought, Armored Wolf. I just wanted to make sure. But yeah, these camera angles, I mean, obviously they're super cool no matter what, but the camera angles are just those are super top-notch camera angles there. I mean, like, woof, man, these are smoking hot. All right, where's my thinner here? I forgot. Gotta get that on some of these here. All right. All right. I'm gonna have to get me. Geez, Well, I didn't put that much out there to start with, but I'll have to get me some of the fast mat white, rocking and rolling out here also. Well, even just our regular stuff. Our Paul Rubens white. All Alright, so I got a little different arrangement here than maybe what we've done in the past. Get this out of here. Now, okay, I do have my Perline Red. I'm looking for, I think, this one, or was it going to be? No, that's got the orange in it. So it's going to be this one here. Nice to see you there, Sinister. Let's see. Well, no, it's not a happy Monday anyway. It's now a happy Tuesday here. So happy Tuesday, unless it's still Monday for folks. Well, Landrast and Air, still Monday there. Nah, a little bit more. This is the Perline Red, not the Perline Crimson. This is the Perline Red right here. So we are 12 minutes into Tuesday here. There's our red working its way in there. More of that over here. Also, some of that here. Blending a brush. Like so. Maybe this guy. Maybe this guy. And then, of course, we're going to get some green stuff mixed up so that we can get our Battlestar stuck on here. And then we'll do our glazy stuff as we wait for all that to cure. Now, Sinister Plank, best of luck with that. Now, Sinister Plank, I guess a couple of questions there. You know, have the treatments been going on long enough for things like neuropathy to set in, or kind of the different nutrition stuff? Because here, those were the, well, among other things, those were the two big things to deal with, was the neuropathy and the nutritional element to it. Those hemoglobin levels, they get wiped out really fast. So best of luck with that Sinister Plank. We're all rooting for you there, rooting for him. So we'll do a hype train here. A little bit of hype train for Sinister Plank's family. They're looking to try and get themselves through a little bit of a spot of bother, as they might say. There you go. So, Doji, great to see you. So Doji, that building's really looking great, and you were saying he's having all kinds of fun too. I mean, that's even better, right, Doji? I mean, it's great if you are having fun, but the fact that he's having fun, that's really key, there, Doji. So, really glad that that is working out. I mean, all kidding aside, the family that paints together stays together. Let's do this. All right, maybe you. Nah, no. Let's try just one of these guys over here. Let's do this. Let's do that, and then we'll do our little Spatterstar Galactica thing like we usually do. So Sea Dragon, well, let's see. It's probably a little bit colder up by you than it is here. Here it's about maybe 4 degrees there, Sea Dragon. I'm guessing it's probably maybe 0 degrees there, maybe a -1 for you or something like that. But here's hoping that everything is going for all the folks, especially further down south, right, Belfira? We want to make sure that all of our southern friends are still in one piece for the most part. Going to try again. We're getting more of our clouds in action here. Get a little something different than what we have done in the past. Well, I mean, we've done some of it. This is just more of it than we typically do. As far as the wispy stuff, usually it's more of the cloud-ish type stuff. Let's do more thinner, a little more thinner into this. Little more there. Okay, now how's about we do? Yeah, before we do our spatter star galactic, let's do our lens flare thingies here. Yeah, Sea Dragon. I thought it was going to be warmer here. Actually, the neighbor's Sea Dragon. Now, I didn't get much sleep last night because just as I was about to, literally as I was about to try to go to sleep at 9 something o'clock this morning, the neighbors say, "Hey, we're at the grocery store. What do you want?" And I said, "Well, I was going to walk over there later today." And they said, "No, you're not walking anywheres. Just tell us what you want." But that meant that I probably didn't get to sleep till 10:30 or 10:45 or something like that. Technically, probably closer to 11 in the morning, that is. That was not what I was expecting. Literally, as I was just, okay, finally, it is time to go to sleep. Bam, getting messages. Erid, well, if I drop this, like I remember what was it, about, it wasn't this list, but 2 Thursdays ago, remember when I was doing the Arthurian flats and I dropped the thing? If I drop this, then you'll know it's time for some sleep streaming, right, Erid? Yeah, well, Sea Dragon, I didn't know that Delilah's mom. I guess she always sees me when I'm shoveling the snow in front of the houses, and when I'm doing this, it's anywhere between say 4:30 and 7 in the morning or something like that. I just figured that's the best time because I know that well, Jose he'll be taking off early for work and stuff. Yep, Valfira, it really is, gee whiz. And well, we had the opposite there for quite some time, so this is a very, very welcome relief, I gotta say. For sure. I'll take it. I will definitely take it. Now, one thing I will be doing during our little pause that we usually do is I am going to be checking on those prints. For a couple of things, again, I just want to make sure that well, once you start the prints, that's the thing. And once you get the prints going, the resin is kind of already heated up. All right, let me get this out of the way. Let's do some Spatterstar Galactica stuff here, Valfira. And again, these were way more fun than I expected them to be. I wasn't sure because obviously it's a somewhat compressed color range on those. I was not expecting to have so much of a blast with those things. Yeah, it was super fun. You know what? It's time to get that white stuff out there already. Done used it all up. We need some for our spatter stars here. All right, there's a little more of our weight out there. Some thinner into this. Yeah, here's an open area over here. A little more, little more. Some test spatters now. And here we go. Now let's focus in here first. So here we go with some of our spatter stars there. Like so. Yeah, let me get rid of even more of that so we can do some. There we go. We have some finer ones now. All right. Some of those got a little bit too heavy. Armored Wolf, there is a part of me that wants to put in the, for the class thing there, like have all the real brushes off to one side or something like that. And everybody comes in and all they see is stuff like this, like destroyed brushes like this. The more psychotic part of me thinks that could be mildly entertaining, if not extremely entertaining. Not so much for them, but definitely entertaining for me. And that's kind of all that matters, right, Velfira? Now we're going to put the green back into that. Just because. All right, let me get that out of here. So yes, Sea Dragon, I am attempting to target a much earlier time, especially for Saturday. Friday, not so much. I don't think that would work out. But I do think Saturday might. And by early, we're not talking like Saturday afternoon or anything like that. Nope. That would kind of guarantee some sleep streaming, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it, Arid? It's like, yeah, let's do some streaming on about 45 minutes of sleep. What could possibly go wrong there? I can't imagine anything. Let me try and get a couple other stars over here. Like we do. Now maybe a couple up closer in there. Do this. Like we do. Maybe not there, but some here too. Alright, so it is now times. Get this brush out of the way here. Hopefully that is still good enough. Yeah. Well, we'll roll with it and we'll see how it goes from there. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna mix ourselves up with some green stuff here. And of course, Velfira, we have to number it 0 of 0, right? Velfira, and of course, it has its own certificate of authenticity, Velfira. I mean, that's a thing, right? Certificate of authenticity. It would be numbered. It would have its own certificate of authenticity. It would have a display case, like you say. I mean, the display case alone is worth an extra $1,000, wouldn't you say, Velfira? Now, the fact that it's just it's a Tupperware container with a broken lid, again, that's a one-of-a-kind thing. You can never get another Tupperware case exactly like that. So, again, I do think that enhances the value even more. And, of course, if there's still produce inside, I mean, what if you still have, like, some cherry tomatoes in there? I mean, in theory, okay, let's say those are about a year and a half old or something like that. They might not be super appetizing to eat, but you could plant those. It's like a survival kit there, Valfira. Yeah, it's kind of like a survival kit. All right, I think that might just be enough right there. Now let me clean off some things here. Okay, we got that cleaned up, I think. Hopefully, there it is. There's some of our glue right there. Okay. First, that. Now we'll get this rocking and rolling here. Come on. Then we'll get some more glue. So glue, green stuff, then glue. And here is our additional glue. All right, away we go. Looks like we have liftoff. And now it is time to do that. So I'm going to get me some of this right here. All right. Yeah, that. Oh, that's gotta be some of our oil stuff there. Okay. Payne's gray and our black here. Some thinner. Start breaking this here down. Now, yeah, the Trench Crusade stuff, remember, oh, that's on the other YouTube channel, but we've got the Trench Crusade bust that is also on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel there. I don't think I need a super duper duper ton of this on the brush there. Like that. Hey there, Skits, how you doing? Everybody please give Skits Mix a follow because Skits Mix is brave enough to enter our domain. How you doing there, Skits? I hope that the stream was a blast. And of course, like always, Skits, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Well, I think you probably rated us during one of our other Battlestar Galactica streams, right? This in particular is one of our Tauron ships. This one is an Aerolon ship. So some of these are they're not necessarily the colonial ships. These are more your basically the independent colonies ships right here. Nice to see you there, Spotty. Hope that you're doing well. So yeah, let's get more of our BSG stuff. Of course, where's my Boltar flat over here? There he is. Yeah. There's our Boltar flat. So those are first of our BSG flats right there. So great to see you there, Skits. And of course, our last stream, we did Sauron and Mount of Sauron. These are busts that I made. So these are files unique to me. Nobody else has these files right now. So we had a blast making these. Of course, really love doing those. And I think we also did, oh yeah, here we go. More unique files right here. Before and after Shadow Lord. So there's your Shadow Lord as a ring wraith, but what did he look like before? Right, before he had the ring. See you later, Skits. Have a good one. Happy Tuesday and all that. And of course, well, we've done 3 Battlestar Galactica themed busts already. There's many more on the way. Let's see, we've got, of course, our Adama and 6 over here. There they are. So again, we've been doing our Battlestar Galactica busts too. Having a blast with those. Okay. We're going to start doing again some of our glaze stuff on here. Let's see how that goes. 1 second. Let me check something here. There we go. I was looking for a brush that would work for this here, because we don't need to do tons and tons and tons of this. Ah, this is the one. Yeah, right here. This is the one we need. So, Spotty, I hope everything is going really well. I wonder. Throw a little bit more thinner in there. Yeah. Tempted to have even another little vat of even some more thinner. There's a lot of recesses on this bad boy. Let me tell you. There's a ton of recesses on this thing. Also, we'll have to do our glowy stuff on the inside the engine cowlings there, like we usually do. Valfair, this is a little bit longer than some of the other ships. Some of the other ships are wider. So I had the camera set for that other tutorial, so the camera boom might be in a different place. It's pretty much in a different place every single stream. Now this one I do believe is, yep, it's not even actually, it's about 3/4 of an inch shorter than this one. So it's smaller than, well, actually it's smaller than the last two. Well, the one that I did was a much larger, a much wider ship. Now that's the other thing that I'm going to try and work on. Now, of course, Velfer, I'm kind of with the failure of Hightem there. I'm not even going to try to do any of the BSG ships this week. Yeah, I need the credits for the Trench Crusade busts. So once it gets to be February 4th, well, then that's a whole different story. But right now, yeah, that kind of, unfortunately, that sort of puts the kibosh there on the BSG ships, because I need every credit I can get. I thought the whole point of doing the Hightem thing was to get, credits so that I could do both things. That didn't quite work out. Now, of course, I'll give Hightem a chance on the Galactica ships there, but yeah. And I also, well, I want to at least try one of them on Meshi there, because, like I was saying there, Velfer, I think, yeah, sometimes, well, not sometimes, all the time, they're changing the interface, but they don't tell you. So that might be a new feature that they only just added in the last couple of days. There's really no way to tell. So I think you can see how these, and this is the kind of stuff I want to try to add on my designs here. So essentially, I want to try and do a bit more like what Lee does with his 1/1800 scale ships. So, like the turrets and the secondary mounts, those would all be separate individual pieces. Like, again, all of these secondary mounts and the primary mounts, those are all separate turrets. And I just thought, well, that certainly makes it a lot easier to print. And there's only one way I'll know if it works, right, Velfira, is that I gotta try it. That is the only way. All right. So Landress, what movie were you planning on seeing this week? I'm pretty sure that this would be a normal Thursday for you, and you go check out a movie. Let me do that. Again, we're letting that mix together there. It's already doing some blending. And again, the idea is I'm doing this. Also, too, if ever I could, I can zoom out a little bit more. All of a sudden, it looks so big, right? Let me keep going again with the kind of a combo of the just thinner and then our mix. Again, the only place we're really going to focus on doing panel lineage would pretty much be on the gator section up here. Let me do some more of my darker glaze stuff on these. Again, that's all being allowed to mix together. Here, more of that. And it's even starting to turn a little bit gray because it's getting we've been mixing it so much that the opaque lighter gray is mixing with our glazy stuff. Well, on the brush it is anyhow. Just make sure here. And then once I feel that's not going to move too much, we'll get the some of this glaze stuff on the underside there. I'm just going to use a much larger brush because it doesn't exactly have to be super neat there. All the way down here. Still hoping that next Armada Monday we would be doing those BF Battle Fleet Gothic ships as opposed to our Battlestar Galactica ships. Let's get this darker stuff down in here. Okay, we're doing a little more, not too much though on this upper level right here. I was almost tempted to make all this stuff be glowing, but we're not gonna do that, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Let me get this out of here nice and careful, because we could use a little bit of medicine, right, Grand Oracle? I appreciate that, Grand Oracle. So, Grand Oracle, I'll send you some images after the stream. These are things that I'm test printing tonight. Yeah, I did try to get the printers going again. I made it as warm as I could make him for him down there. I will be like an hour and something. I'm just gonna take a quick little trip down there just to see how they're doing. No problem there, Grand Oracle. Well, Grand Oracle, we have our we have our what would you say our secondary height train. We can always do that, Grand Oracle. It's more of our individual height train right there. Yeah, let's get this darker stuff down here. And there we go. We'll be coming back in with plenty of our mid-tone stuff as well. Actually, Grant Oracle, how has the new printer been going? I know there was it got a little bit crazy there at one point. Hopefully it's kind of behaving itself, doing what it's supposed to do. I don't know if you heard earlier, Grand Oracle, the high temp experiment. Again, fortunately, I was able to do it at absolute minimal cost, which is good because that was not useful in any way, shape, or form. And I do think that Meshi now has it has the multi-view feature again. I'm going to be I already tested it on several things. I don't really have multi-views of the Trench Crusade busts, but I have other things that I have multi-views of, and I'm going to test those out. So yeah, definitely don't waste any funds there on high temp. That's not going to get you very much. Well, except frustration and nothing for your credits. Yeah, Grant Oracle. It's been kind of a fight to keep it at least say 65, 66 degrees there by the printers. Again, since I guess we're going to be in this mode for quite some time. I'm going to kind of set up the secondary heaters the way I did at one point. It was either last year or the year before when it got really cold. Probably the year before, I guess. Yeah, that's not ideal, but I got too many things that need to be printed out in some way, shape, or form. I'll see you later there, Doji. Appreciate you being here like always. And again, Doji, that was looking really, really great. So again, you should be super, super happy with how that's turning out. And again, I'm glad that it's been sort of a fun family project, I guess, if you want to kind of categorize it that way. Now we're trying to get some of this down over here. Then we'll kind of get the initial lighter stuff in the engine cowlings there too. For our engine glow there. And now, Doji, did you have a chance to share your stuff? Sorry if I forgot to mention that, but yeah, if you haven't had a chance to share your stuff, don't take off before you have a chance to share that. Again, fabulous oil painted stuff by Doji there. Yeah, definitely. Sorry, Doji, I thought I had mentioned that. Well, we got a raid right away too. And also too, again, everybody please give Skits Mix a follow. And for all the folks that, again, you're maybe from areas that they're not used to, snow and cold and all that kind of stuff. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Again, those are super fabulous oil painted miniatures right there. I almost said some of them were from Eldritch Foundry, uh, Doji, because it sounds close enough to Eldfall Chronicles. At least in this mental state, it's close enough. Actually, if it began with an E, it would be close enough. Did I get the? No, I guess I didn't. All right, we'll go with that now up here. There we go. And again, we're allowing that to do some mixing there. All right. You can already see some of this is starting to get a little less shiny over there. See you later there, Doji. And again, I'm hoping that, well, probably by your time, Wednesday morning or something like that is when the next tutorial will be live for you there. Let me... No, that is not soft enough. Maybe this will be. Just trying to get rid of our little spots that work their way onto here. Get rid of you. Fine, we'll just do that then. I think we're good to roll on all that. Now what we start doing is bringing again our lighter mid-tones into here after we get our engine glow here. You can see what we did on this one, and we're going to do the same thing now. This is mostly just going to be the sky blue, I think. It's also going to require some thinner here. Let me start rolling that out. There we go. Maybe a little bit of the white in there also. A little more. And then that's what we got. Yeah, all these engines, we're going to just get this down in there. Okay. Then we'll have to just let this set for a while. I mean, it's fine. We got plenty other things that we can do in the meantime. And I'm thinking of going back to our Lord of the Rings flats for the Thursday stream. Yeah, the Friday stream will probably start much more towards its normal time, but the Saturday stream again, targeting something a little bit earlier. Well, certainly earlier than like 11:45. That's for sure. That's a no doubter there. Yeah, unless something really weird happens, but I don't think so. I don't really think there's like any other big snow thing or anything like that, so that's probably the only real thing that would cause a bit of a change there. Now I just broke out some of the new crafty brushes here. I mean, are these the gold? Okay, yeah, you see these all the time on Amazon right there. Got nothing terribly special about them, right, Velfira? If you recall this ship here. So again, all of this stuff, all that Aztecing and panel lines, that's not actually there. None of that is actually there. That was all painted on. And we're going to do that now on this bad boy here. Also, I think I can maybe get some of these brushes out of the way here, because I don't think we're going to really be needing a whole bunch more. Gonna start getting in some of my violet color, some of my green, all that. And again, trying to do some Aztecing here. Now, in some cases, it'll be a little bit too, the glaze stuff will be a little too wet to do anything with right away, which is fine. We'll leave that be. Of course, going with thicker paint on the brush is one way, so that it'll stick there. Okay. Now this is more the green in it right here. Of course, too, we'll see what the wind is also going to do. Because apparently it is also now windy again. Where are we at here now? What would my red... I think that's going to go maybe here with a red. I think I can sneak some of this in. Yeah, see that there's still a lot of the thinner still active right there. But see how we just kind of turned that into its own little craft brush right there? Like that. Nah, that's still too fresh right there. We gotta let that set for a while. And you can see we got some lighter panels, some darker panels. That's what your Aztecing is all about. And then we kind of play the panel line stuff off of kind of the results that we see from this Aztecing. So it kind of enhances the Aztecing. Velfira, I didn't even bother dipping it in anything. I pretty much just took it and smushed it in my hands to bust up the sizing on their Velfira. Because I figured, once the thinner gets on there, that'll kind of do the rest of it. But yeah, there was definitely some sizing on there, no doubt about it. I'm not sure. I don't know if there's really even like the super snazzy brushes. Valve, I don't know. I think even those probably have sizing on them too. I would guess I guess you could say it protects the bristles maybe, while they're still just kind of sitting there in their little plastic whatevers. Don't care, right, Landras? Don't care. Oh geez, Landra, here's hoping too that at some point you can get a chance to play some Blood Bowl with the Bretonnians there. I guess would you most likely be playing M-Tellies there? What do we got? Yeah, here it is. There we are. So see, we're starting to reclaim some of those areas too. Now I think I can maybe get this over on its side and start thinking about doing some stuff over here. No, that's still, well, also too much paint on the brush. You can see again we got more of a filbert type brush going on here. Get a micro filbert, look at that. That's hard to, and look, see all that darker stuff on the end of the brush? That's where we gotta go back over this way and refresh that. Thanks, Inganes. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. And of course, Inganes, like always, if you could share your fabulous oil painted stuff in the stream. Everybody, again, give Inganes a follow because Inganes does the oil painting. And it's always really nifty to see other folks doing the oils, right, Inganes? So in Ghani's, I'm going to be, well, I got some test prints going right now. Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm going to try and do more test prints on the new Trench Crusade bust there because I've got, oh gosh, now as far as like the most usable designs or something like that, there's about 10 of them that are really particularly usable. Look at all that dark stuff on the end of that brush. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ganesh just shared. Yeah, Velfair, I used to either wash that stuff off or even take, what was it, a little bit of the 70% rubbing alcohol or something like that to bust that off. But yeah, this one, it definitely had some sizing in it, no doubt about it. Now, again, depending on how these test prints turn out tonight, you'll probably be seeing some of those on Friday and or Saturday. No idea. Let me get more of this light over here again. Really glad that I decided to break out a couple of these crafty brushes here. That yeah, these have been well. The other ones, well, they've been utilized a lot, and they're kind of too beat up for doing this. They're good for other stuff. They join our highly specialized custom brushes, right, Valfira? Which only makes them that much more expensive. Look at all that dark stuff right there. That means I'm going to actually just turn the brush over here. Let's get some of the other stuff out of it. Well, and that post there, Velfair, also reminds me we do got to get around to painting this guy right here, and I might have another stab at trying to make him because, well, there was lessons learned. I am trying to formulate a printing workshop with all of these lessons in it. It's really hard. Basically, the only real way to do it is just either a bunch of screen captures or something like that. I think I might have a way of doing them now. I'm not sure. We'll see. That's not screen capture based. But I have a feeling that is pretty much the only real way to do at least some of the GPT stuff. See you later there, Arid. See you in a bit. Have a good one and enjoy all that stuff. Now, I really do think Velfira, knowing what I know now, we can get a lot closer to this character right here. Now, again, there's certain things, aspects that are, if you want to turn this into a bust or something like that, yeah, obviously the keyboard can't be almost like, I don't want to say up at like its shoulder level to him. It has to be a little bit lower, like it is in that example bust that I showed. Now, I don't even know where in the world, I got to find out where that file is. Because again, unfortunately, the nature of the beast, to keep this workflow, I guess that's the word, that's the buzzword is workflow. To keep that going, I've had to utilize 6 different machines, devices, whatever, which means all that stuff is spread out across all these different machines. Is this? I guess that's is sort of good enough. We need something a little lighter. This also too. This is more of our violet colored. By the way, we're not use. This is not the green. We kind of change this up a little bit again, more towards the violet here. But you can see I can only do a couple of stuff before that darker stuff gets on the brush. So I'm going to refresh this brush here. And you can see, since it's kind of, again, like a tiny little microfilbert, right, it's I can also sort of do some of that Aztecing almost by default here. So Valfir, it's whatever the machine has the capacity for. Obviously, when I'm doing stuff here, let's say I'm setting up for a stream, or if I'm setting up for a tutorial video, I'll be doing some stuff on this machine just because I'm here. The machine in the kitchen, that gets used because I can still kind of run around, do different things. I can be cooking, I can be exercising, I can be eating, and still actually, well, I've got two devices, well, technically three. Between the computer, the iPad, and the phone, I can be doing three different workflows there. Now, the primary work machine, that is usually rendering videos or uploading videos. So, or there's that's where I do all the Chidu box stuff or the bamboo slicer stuff. So it's less likely that I can really do stuff on that one. Nice to see you there, Stretz Pretzel. Happy Tuesday. And then too, there's some of the tasks take, well, just more power to them. And also too, Velfair, the other thing you learn is that each device, you get a different result on different devices. You can do the exact same task on the iPad, then do it on the phone, get a different result. You do it on a computer, you get a different result from those two. And it's the exact same task, but the results are different. Velfair, it could be any one of them. You could basically roll a d6. It's pretty much that random. I wish, well, let's put it this way. If I just sat there and said, well, I'm just going to do everything on this one machine, we would be many months behind where we are now. This has been the only way to keep this ball rolling at the pace that it is. Now here you can see there's a little bit less of the black getting onto the brush, and again we're using this as our microfilbert. Also, again, look where my hands are on that brush. Nowhere near that handle there, the ferrule of that brush. I'm glad that some more paints came in for you there, Stretch Pretzel. It's a little bit like Christmas, right, when that happens. Or it's a lot like Christmas. I could see it being a fair amount like Christmas. Now you can see it here. Now it's got more of the green in it. Right, but now let's see the end of that brush is got that dark stuff on it. So what do we got to do? We have to come back over here. We got to refresh that brush. We're going to start needing some of our light in here. And this is what we're going to be doing. We got a lot of this to do. After we kind of have this going for, then we'll be able to start doing some of our panel lines. Like this right here. So Grant Oracle, here's hoping that you'll get a chance maybe to do some painting stuff this weekend. I know it's been very busy between the scout stuff, the swim stuff, and everything else. Now, see, that's just still, there's too much right there of some of our glazy stuff. So I might skip that and then kind of move over to here. Like this here. It may not seem like it, but there is a color difference here. It might all seem like it's just gray, but some of this is greenish gray. Now we're going to be adding actually a little bit more of a bluish gray down here. Let's do this here. All right, some of that. Oh yeah, and then there's the Surface Pro also. That very rarely gets used because well that is so tied into a film not a filming area that it's almost impossible to get at. It's not designed to be used as a like a regular computer or something like that. It is literally just there for filming videos at that station. It's that time of year. I keep forgetting about that, Grant Oracle. That it's kind of prime time for that. I know my niece had all kinds of, I think, volleyball tournament stuff going on. I guess, well, basketball is going to be kind of February into March, I think. Again, this is the stuff that acts an awful lot like when you take the Indanthrone blue and mix that with some white. So again, what you're seeing right there is that's kind of a bluish gray. This is more of the green. Over here we got more of the violet. And now we're pretty much out of space. Yeah, we're you know the glaze stuff has really had a much more of a chance to set, and it's a little bit easier to do what we're doing now. There's going to be some areas where there's just more of it sitting there, which is fine. We'll just give those areas more time to set. Like here again now. Oh yeah, Grant Oracle. What I want to try and do probably maybe this Wednesday here is see if I can print out or at least get some of these arranged where the turrets or all of these little tiny things there that those are individual things that I can print out separately because it allows for a couple of different things. It literally allows me Grand Oracle. It would be like Battlestar Galactica Legos, where there would just be parts, pieces and parts, and I just print out lots of pieces and parts, and then I'm just like, all right, I'm just gonna start gluing stuff together. So yeah, it's gonna be less about actual entire ships and more about just ship pieces, if that makes any sense. I mean, when you think about it, a lot of ship construction today is not. It's not like the old days where you lay a keel And then you just start building up from that keel. A lot of it now is just, okay, this part of the ship is made over here, and it just gets transported by rail or truck or whatever to the final assembly area. And the ship is pretty much just kind of like welded together like building blocks. Sub-assemblies, maybe would that be the better word for it? So yeah, things like Gator's section, and maybe even some of the torso ribbing or something like that. And well, obviously separate engine cowling type things. Now, who knows? Maybe all that really works as from a modular standpoint is just say your the turrets and the weapon mounts or whatever. Even if that's all it works, it's still it's a heck of a lot easier to print those. Again, I'm just going to drag this right over the top. Again, we're using this as a micro filbert. I'm going to get back to my more of a violet slash magenta thing over here. Now we're going to kind of sweep it this way. There we go. Now you can see there's not as much of the darker stuff sitting on that brush there. Well, Stretch Pretzel, well, actually, Stretch Pretzel, if you want to share something in the chat right now. So, sorry, Stretch Pretzel, I thought I asked you that already. But if you ever want to shoot me some pictures of stuff, uh, just say, hey, look at this. Like the Thalo Turquoise, I don't have that. And that's, boy, it's been a while since I used the Radiant Yellow. So if there's anything you find where you say, hey, this was kind of an unexpected result here, then I can kind of relay that to other folks that maybe I know who have those colors or something like that. Because again, that's been a key thing here with the oils since the since 2020, right when we started doing the whole Twitch thing. And folks would say, hey, okay, you know what? I tried out this thing and it worked great. Or folks would say, well, I tried out this stuff and man, it was not good. And again, that's another way to save people maybe a little bit of difficulty or frustration or something like that. Yeah, I mean, think of it like the Paul Rubens, right? I never heard of those things. Then obviously there's some of the other. I may not have them here, but things. Well, even well Williamsburg, right? Grand Oracle and Gamlin. I never heard of those. So thanks for bringing those up, Grand Oracle. So I appreciate all of the folks that have taken time to just shoot me a heads up and say, hey, you know what? You might wanna take a look at this or something. Now, oh yeah, now that these are getting lighter, that they're really starting to stand out here. Yeah. And this is nowhere near as light as we can go either. We can definitely go lighter than this. But yeah, I'm going to have to get me some more of these craft style brushes here. Well, now that we're getting closer and closer to Adepticon, I mean, I just kind of need them for me too. I've really been tearing through these brushes. Huge surprise, I know. That's like a shock. That painting, you know, hundreds of what seems like hundreds of figs every week has a little bit of an impact on your brushes, wear and tear wise. Now, yeah, so you can tell there's not as much of that pin line wash that's active, which is perfect. It means we can. Oh, speaking of which, remember we're gonna take our lighter stuff down in those engine cowlings there. We haven't forgotten about that. we'll get there. See, like down here, you can see that's way darker. So I'm gonna let that set some more before I fool around with that. This I can see is much drier. Yeah, see, I can get it. Look at that. See, there's almost none of the black that's on that brush there. That means it's had a nice little chance to set there. This actually, this almost has a little bit of yellow on it right here for that edge. Let's get some of that down. Now again, see, there's we got that black that's getting on the brush. That means that, well, gravity-wise, right, all of the pin line wash stuff went down onto that ventral side of the ship, so it makes sense. Great to see you there, surface tension. So surface tension, why don't you share some of your fabulous oil painting also, so that folks can take a gander at that. And I'm guessing you're still a good deal warmer than we are here. You're probably at 8 degrees Celsius. We are at 8 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, we're not 8 degrees Fahrenheit. That was the high temperature of the day. It is, rest assured, it is not 8 degrees Fahrenheit right now. Well, unless we're starting to get the same warm-up that you got there, Stretch Pretzel. But I have a feeling, I'm pretty sure up there in White Bear Lee, I think it was way colder for the in-laws. As cold as it was here, I think it was way colder for them up there. Everybody check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just shared. Again, some super fabulous oil painting. That's the 10 millimeter stuff, right, Surface Tension? I haven't had a chance to really do much with the 10 millimeter stuff. Now, I am actually going to try Surface Tension to do, instead of the Eldritch Foundry stuff, because even there, I still have to reduce it, oh gosh, what, to 1/3 of its size. I'm actually thinking very seriously about trying, with the meshy stuff, to do some, that scale there, and see if I can just, since, well, we know it does metric, I'll just save it as 10 millimeters tall. Let's keep going with some more of this. There we are. A little bit down in there. Yeah, some of this stuff is really starting to set very nicely. And again, we got to do all of this kind of stuff first, all of our Aztecing and such, before we start fooling around with the panel lines. Because the panel lines, like we said earlier, they sort of play off of what we do with the Aztecing. Yeah, well, sorry about that surface tension. That you'll have to. I guess that, and all this time they haven't expanded the Death Orb shield to also protect from those, huh? Surface tension. Here's hoping that everything is a-okay there. Now that I will maybe take this. Let me see what this does. Is this too light? Not really. It actually is not too light. Plus, it's also still mixing with. Look at, see, it's still mixing with some of the glaze stuff. Doing that here. Yeah, surface tension here, well, at least in this area, they don't get names. Other than like Tuesday or Wednesday. Yeah, that's pretty much the only named storms we get here. Because they're a little bit too frequent. They need a much more expansive alphabet if they were to name them all. Let me do this. Oh, we need more of that light down in here. Well, not really light. It's more of a mid-tone or light middle tone, I guess. I hear this. You can see that is definitely uh, starting to set much more. And we can go way lighter than this. And by way later, I mean we can go a lot lighter than what we're doing here. I mean, at the lightest, this is probably a value 3, what we've been doing so far. Yeah, I do believe so, surface tension. Well, yeah, we can also create an animation to represent them too, I think, right? Let me I'm gonna go back to the green. And I'm even gonna take a little bit of the Naples yellow. Almost a bit of like a yellowish green there. So I think this is pretty much stabilized enough to where I can kind of tilt this whatever direction that I need to now. And I was kind of avoiding that earlier because I wanted to make sure that our joint between the two pieces was gonna hold. So you can see how that's a little lighter right there. And we also got to get our little our red stripe going there too. Yes, we haven't forgotten. Get another bit of Aztecing right there, unless that also gets wiped out by where we put in our red stripe stuff there. Almost like a bit of a ship recognition mark. So surface tension, I'll try to send you some more pictures of stuff. Again, if I forgot to send you the new Trench Crusade imagery there, I'll get you that too. I could have sworn I sent that to you, but there's much more. Let's see, which way do we want to go with that? I think we're going to go maybe here with it or here. I'm going to go back here with it. Like this. Drag that through. Down here. Now we'll drag it over this way. And then we're also going to get some of that on our insignia here. Okay. And there will be some of the yellow in there too. Oh, that's fantastic. Surface tension. Actually, surface tension, when is the last time you had a chance to play, whatchamacallit there? One page rules, that's it, yes. Me too. Yeah, I think we'll put kind of our orange on that, and now more of the yellow in here. Let's try this. like so. Put some of that down over here too. Okay, that's a nice little start there. All right, let me take some. Now, let's maybe go with something much lighter, just for these for the weapon mounts here. Start getting these separated from the main hull. Because, well, there's a bunch of them. Ah, okay, all right. I was wondering if that was the case, surface tension. I kind of had a suspicion it might have been. I didn't know for sure. But I'm glad that you've kind of been able to keep up with that. Well, and again, also too glad that you've been able to paint up the 10 mil gobos. Now, surface tension, I don't think you were in the chat earlier when I was talking about. Remember, I was going to experiment with a high tem. Well, I was able to get, thank goodness, just it was like $9.50 for a 1 month only thing. Oof, thank goodness there's surface tension. Yeah, that would have been very disappointing otherwise. Now, in every facet, it is way worse. It takes forever. Let's put it this way, surface tension. I could do 3. Oh, same thing there, Camda. Now that you're in here, everybody, please give a Camda Paints a follow, and Camda, definitely share your stuff in the chat there. Everybody, please give again Camda Paints a follow. So yeah, again, I tried out the high tem. It took way longer. I mean, I could do 3 meshy renders for 1 high tem, and it was 3 times better in 1/3 the time. And now it does appear, for whatever reason, again, I didn't notice it before, but it looks like Meshy does also do, the Meshy 6 anyway, does multi-views now. And that's what I've been experimenting with. I got, and I'm going to be checking out those test prints here again in 20-ish minutes or so. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared, and then give Camda Paints a follow. So Camda, yeah, I'm very tempted to try a different little method for creating my own ships here, where, for all intents and purposes, all the pieces and parts are all done separately, and then it's just kind of like mix and match, make your own battle star. Also, make your own AD creation. No, you can't do that because there already is one. How you doing there, AD? Thank you so much for the raid. AD is willing to brave the cold and also the fires of Mordor all at the same time. How you doing there, AD? Now, AD, did you end up just getting the ice there, or did you get ice and snow? And I guess, has it warmed back up again? Here, well, right now it's probably about 4 degrees or something like that. And of course, AD, if you want to share anything in the chat. Oh, wow, so not even the ice? Well, that's good, AD. I mean, here we got like a midway, I don't know, 4 inches, 4.5 inches of snow. That's it. So nothing, nothing tremendous. But it was a mite bit frosty, and it still is. So, AD, if you want to share some stuff in chat, please go ahead. And AD, boy oh boy, there's a ton of pictures I gotta send you. Yeah, so I'll be sending you a whole bunch of pictures over Tuesday and Wednesday, getting you kind of caught up on some of the stuff. Now, I don't know if you saw, geez, AD, I don't think you even got a chance to see these. We did these on Thursday. This is the first of the Japanese themed flats right there. So that's the first of those. I don't know if you had a chance to see those. And then here is a couple more of our brand new busts that we did. We painted these on the last stream right here. And I think you saw the Golden King of Abrakan. We've done him now actually in a couple of different iterations. I think you probably saw him. And well, and here's some more fabulous stuff here. So we've got, should probably put him this way. So our before and after Shadow Lord. So there's the Wraith version, and then there's the before Wraith or pre-Wraith. No problem there, AD. You can always post something that's existing. Let's put it that way. You know, something that's already out there. Because well, it could be new for folks. You know, maybe they haven't seen any of it at all. So by all means, feel like you can share that. Boy, we've been. I think we've had Valfira and let's see, where's my thing here? We've had Valfira and Camda and Arid all with their 16 streaks. So we've got a hype train there for Camda. Thanks, AD. Right now, I've got more test prints going on. I've got a Galadriel bust, and it's the most well, I don't want to say maybe the most elaborate plinth, but then there's a Galadriel figure where, again, it could be a little bit too ambitious. I have no idea how it's going to print out, but we'll find out. I actually went bonkers with the support setting. I think I hit it almost at 80%. I was even changing like the threshold angles and stuff. In a quest, you get more, and I did get a whole bunch more support, so I think now it's going to be a lot of stuff to clean off. Heck, it could be something that I throw into a printing workshop episode too. Everybody check out that Instagram link right there. And everybody please give AD Creations a follow. Now AD, I saw you were working with the airbrush there. I wasn't sure if that's well, that probably is not a Loot Studios piece because they tend to be all one piece, right, Uber Yeti? So Uber Yeti, actually Uber Yeti, I saw your Insta post there. Actually, if you want to share some stuff there, Uber Yeti, please go ahead and do that. And Uber Yeti, I'll try to again send you some of the new stuff. It's just there's so much stuff so fast. It's hard to know what I sent what to. It's the Chimera. Okay. So yeah, I could see the skin tone in the airbrush there, AD. I meant to say that earlier. Sorry about that. Kind of spaced on that. Now what we're doing on our shipper, we're doing the Aztecing portion. 1 hour 43 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. This was one of our more recent ships right here. So this you can see all those panel lines there. Well, those are going to be resolved. You see how we're doing all this Aztecing stuff? The panel lines will be based on our Aztecing pack. You can see there's like blues and greens and grays, much like what happened here with this ship. I'm going to lighten you up a little bit and then maybe soften that up just a smidge there too. Yeah. All right, this needs to be lighter. Once again, trying to do more of our Aztecing on this surface here. And after that, then we can come back and hit the panel line stuff. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Uber Yeti just shared. There we go. Now I'll be finishing off let's see, later today I'll be finishing off this episode. This is episode 1 of our massive freehand episode series on him. I'm also going to be painting. It's going to be back to our series on painting flats. I'll be doing 2 of them just to show 2 different types of flats. And again, everybody please check out that Instagram link there that Uber Yeti just shared. And then also too, again, the one that the 80 Creations shared. So AD, hopefully everything, the work situation is still kind of in chilled out mode, so that it's a little bit easier for you to focus on streaming and such. A little less chaos is always helpful, right? So these are all one pieces. One pieces. There you go, Uber Yeti. I do words. I do words. Now this is that I never remember what the guy's name is, but these are the Thingiverse files. So yeah, this is just one piece like all of the other battle stars. That's why I want to go modular myself. And the idea too is that I can essentially put the pieces wherever I need the pieces to go to make different ships. Now we were just pointing this out here. So this is your Dunkirk right here. So where's this Richelieu? No, that's Richelieu. Yeah, that's Richelieu. So you got your main mounts here, but then the secondary mount. All of these were separate pieces, and even the bridge section was a separate piece. I think that was a separate piece. So that is something that I'm thinking of doing, so that I could actually just kind of essentially it's almost be like an erector set or something like that. You just, all right, I want these engine types and this many of them on this hull. I want more turrets on this hull. I want other kinds of whatever things. So essentially just design a bunch of different pieces, be able to print them all separately, and then basically glue them together however you want. I mean, you could have a ship with a bazillion turrets or launchers on there or whatever, or none. You could maybe have a ship that has, 2 gator sections on the front of it or something like that. I don't know why there would be, but again, if they're all separate pieces, you could pretty much do whatever you want. Let me get, there we go, a little bit more of our light down in there. And of course, surface tension, you would definitely you could print out as many lunch bays or as many shopping malls as you want in your Battlestar. Obviously, the more shopping malls you have in your Battlestar, the more popular it's going to be from a tourist point of view. This. So instead of a command and control section there's surface tension, you just have a visitor center. A rather expansive one at that. Yeah, let me drop in some more of my lighter hull stuff right down in there. Now, so you go. Okay, we'll leave that bit, but over here, let's take this. Yeah, we're again trying to create this what we call Aztecing. It kind of helps to bring out this idea, this concept that these are individual plates or groups of armor plates or something that are all just kind of welded together or however they're put together. Nice to see you there, Artemico. Hopefully, no power losses there. And I know some folks in Tennessee that there was at least 30 or so hours with no power whatsoever, and then it would come back on, and then it would go back off. So again, here's hoping that people maybe haven't had as rough of a time as they thought they might have. Well, you got to sell those toasters somehow. Surface tension. That's a rather popular product there in the home appliances section. More my light over here. No. Let me go back to the More my light down here into those things. Now let me see what we got going on over here. Now that that has set even more. Yeah, alright, Michael, we got maybe on the high side, but now down by the lakefront, they got more like 10 inches down there. That was they were probably getting some more lake effect snow or something like that. It was a little bit hard to see exactly what we got here because it was kind of blowing around a bit. Yeah, there's definitely some that wouldn't appreciate that, right, surface tension. Let me do this here. More light along. Yeah, we gotta get some more of that here. I'm just guessing these are meant to be launch bays over here. And again, this is a Tauron ship. The other one that I showed you that's an Aerolon ship. Well, they're all competing for the best sales, right? Uber Yeti. Yeah, whoever has the best Colonial Day sale or something like that. Let me do this over down in here again, trying to get some of that lighter stuff down in there. Now look, you can see there it's still mixing together. Yeah, let's get this side of the gator. So we did this on the starboard side. Let's get this port side here. Put some more light in it right there, and then some down here. I wonder, is this... Yeah, that is just about set up. Okay, we can do that. I'm going to get me some more of the white out here, too. Because we're going to do our lighter engine glow. See, we got a little ways to go on that. Oh, that was the other thing. Yes, surface tension, the base star. That was the problem, right? Because it's not just two sections. The two sections are completely different. What I might actually do is make it in 4 sections. Because let's see, we would do the top and bottom of the 2 sections. So yeah, we might have to do 4 prints there. Let's see how we can make these glow. Let it glow, let it glow, let it glow. Right, Camda? You want to use maybe this guy here, just kind of start here. Let me get some of my thinner over there. So Uber Yeti, it's let's see, Grand Ornico and we think it's been discontinued for some reason. Well, Gamma did discontinue all of the other Fastmat colors, but they kept going with the white. and we're just speculating that maybe now they've killed off the white as well. Now, again, I can't be sure about that. I just happen to have a few tubes here. Look at that. That's going to, again, drop right in there. So that, again, I haven't necessarily tried to go on to Dick Blick and get some myself. Let me do the rest of that. Yeah. Okay. Let me hit this one. Like so. Now here. Too much of the lighter stuff. I'm going to go back to my, at least a little bit of the darker stuff there. Try this again. In you go. One last one. There we go. We finally got the right amount of thinner in there too. Okay, so that we'll just leave that alone. Let's not fool around with that anymore. So you can see where now I can start to bring maybe some of my lighter stuff. And these, because these were the first panels where our pin line wash stuff started to, again, not dry, but set. Yes, so now I can start to get these a whole lot later than I could before. Let me do this here. See you later there, AD. I hope that you have yourself a good night's sleep. And again, everybody please give AD Creations a follow. And again, AD, I'll shoot you a message with some of the pictures of the new stuff. Again, there's lots and lots and lots of it that you have not seen yet. Wow, look at the difference that's making. But I had to wait on this. This was all, well, there was just too much of the pin line wash stuff. That was way too fresh. I never could have been able to do this before. Wow, yeah, it's just so much easier than it was just, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes ago. Don't be a hasty hobbit, right, Camda? I think, Camda, that's probably the way to go on Hasty the Hobbit there, is just make a bust out of him. Kind of like the autocorrect monster. I do believe that's how we can make yet another one of our characters. Come to thought, yeah, look at that. Versus the other flight pod or lunch bay, who knows? Or it's a shopping mall. You never know with these battle stars. Take this and just kind of push that over this way. Not targeting it all, right, Camden? Not in the least. Now, I actually came to, let's see, how far did you get on the piece that I saw you working on there? I don't remember what day that was, Camden. I could see the two of them, they're in cahoots, right, Uber Yeti? I could see the autocorrect monster and Hasty both kind of conspiring together. Man, look at how much lighter that is. Ah, that's fantastic, Camda. And again, everybody please give Camda Paints a follow. Oh, actually, Uber Yeti, I was wondering, now were you thinking of doing some streaming stuff yourself there? Because I only asked because if you were, I just want folks to know that they should give you a follow and such. If you're going to be streaming the oil paints or whatever. Yeah, Camden, I just, oh gosh, I think, what was I just, I think I just, I had finished eating some food. I believe I was going to try and, one of the things I was going to try and do was printing stuff, but again, in a little bit, I'm going to run down there and just see, okay, again, are the temperatures doing okay down there? Of course, yeah, now that the printer well underway, I think we're good. I am gonna just since I think it's just gonna be cold like this for quite some time. I'm just gonna set up the other heaters and stuff. I've been not wanting to use those just because, well, they're gonna crank up the old electricity usage. But needs are as needs must, and needs are to be doing a whole bunch of printing stuff. Cam, I remember you were saying that uh, you've got your arm is kind of sticking through the tripod. Is that's holding the camera, right? And that sort of almost by default keeps you on screen because if you were to, well, move off screen, you would also take the whole tripod with you. Yeah, Uber Yeti, there's not a whole bunch out there, right? And that is why we always recommend take the baseball philosophy and hit 'em where they ain't. Let me do this here. Some of that. There we go. A little lighter in there now. Nice to see you there, Plankwalker. Happy Tuesday and all that good stuff. Uh, yeah, fine. I'm gonna grab me a little bit of that. I'm gonna try to catch some more. Yeah, some more of these lighter edges here. Eventually, we'll get to our liner brush, but you can see this is not just a filbert brush. See if we use that, the chisel edge portion of it there. It's almost like we've got ourselves a liner brush. It's not quite the same. In the neighborhood though. Let me do this. We never did get any of the. Yeah, let's get some of this later stuff down here too. Now it becomes kind of like a dry brush thing, but look at that. See all that darker paint getting on the brush there? Yeah, Uber Yeti, it's definitely, it takes a little while sometimes. Even the showcase vids, just learning how to use, well, that iPad, I'd never used that before for any kind of photography, so I had to learn the hard way how that thing worked. And, well, also, too, now those painted backdrops, right, Camta, I need to make tons more of those because I don't know. Well, here you can see in this video here. Now this should be the link to that right there. So yeah, that should be the one. You can see the painted Trench Crusade backdrop, which also happens to be the latest tutorial video. So Uber Yeti, this one is right here. It obviously it has the autofocus, but the autofocus is never ever on. Because that means I can, again, it also lets me, zoom out or zoom way in. There we go. So yeah, Camden, it's the happy little crucifix. Yes, lots of happy little crucifixes all over that Trench Crusade backdrop. Happy little explosions, right? More of our later stuff here in between these sections. Yeah, looky there. Get some more of that going this way now. That maybe a little bit later with that. That's the way it, for sure, right, Camda? Do this right here. So let me see. So tomorrow I'll be doing test prints on some of those new Trench Crusade. But I'm just going to keep them. It's weird. I keep thinking, oh, this is small, right? This is not exactly small. It's just I got used to printing out those whatchamacallit ones, right, on the FDM printer. So now those seem small. I don't know if you noticed Uber Yeti that when it did go to the one with the object source lighting that courted, I think I was courted, yeah, I was courted the seven-headed serpent that well, sort of like a demon prince type guy. The vocals kind of went they kind of went to an apex there, just as you saw that. I do believe that the next video is going to be the gummy bears. Yes, the Lord of the Rings gummy bears will be the next showcase video. Well, there's 30 of them, or 31, or whatever it is. There's plenty of them to show. So yeah, that's probably going to be the the next showcase vid. That'll probably be next week. See, we're doing the same thing here. Look at this. We're just dragging this across. Looky there. Just dragging that across, making that lighter and lighter and lighter. And it's mixing the entire time. Actually, Camda, I do have a concept image of like a gummy Minas Tirith. I'll have to see if we can create a few different gummy environments. Obviously, a gummy Edoras and a gummy Isengard. Did I ever get that? No, I never did get that later, or that for that matter. Now, yeah, we're almost to the point where we can start doing our nifty little panel lines. We're getting there. And lighten you up here too. But we also, I'm going to try and hit some of the, before we start doing the straight up panel lines. Wow, look at this. Can still make these later too. I'm just going to step my hand right in there. Also do this. My Uber Yeti, so now all of a sudden Uber Yeti, are we going to expand the gummy bear line? So Trench Crusade gummy bear theme. I may just have to fool around with a Schmeish Marine as a gummy bear, Camda. I haven't done that yet. I could do that. Yeah, I'm going to keep rolling with this. And look at that. See, it kind of carves out essentially a kind of a rectangular shaped panel. Just all I had to do was just swipe the brush there one time. That's it. I'll do it here. See, same deal. Got this now. Might still have to come back maybe with some of the more the bluish gray, whatever. I mean, we're only 2 hours 13 minutes in. That's it. Yeah, there was nothing on here. There was nothing on the base. I did do a little something different on the base. I don't know if you could see that here. I did a little bit more of the wispy stuff like we did on some of our other spacescapes. Put this in here. Some of that. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Again, we just posted the latest link, which was that painted backdrop that you saw in that that Trench Crusade vid. That's the, is that the second or the third? I think that's the second of the painted backdrops. I don't even know if you can really, well, you can get some of them on Amazon, but the ones you used to be able to get, oh gosh, what was the name of that place? Hangar 18. You used to be able to get the backdrops from there back in the day. Now, today, let's welcome in our newest little hobbit. Thank you so much, Indero. Appreciate that. So we're back to these things again. Is it just me, or are these things actually getting bigger? Yeah, these are certainly bigger than those 1/1800 scale ship. The hobbits might really like these. Thank you so much, Endor. Endor, appreciate that. Now, we had actually a couple of sixes on our last stream. Let me see if we're going to get ourselves a... We'll get half a six. Half a six is better than none, right? Ender of all time. So, Ender of all time, I appreciate you being here. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, it is Tuesday in just about most locations now. Still a few places where it is not. And again, hopefully folks not getting too chilly where they are. or too buried in snow. Now, so Order Michael, did they end up qualifying that as a nor'easter? I don't think so, because well, it didn't have a name, right? And I think a nor'easter has to have a name. Ah, that also needs to be lighter up here. And I think I'm gonna try to get into now here. Look at my smaller brush, well, basically a liner brush here. You get rid of all this stuff out of this one first, though. All right, now that is much lighter, and let's get some of these, basically these hydraulic pistons here. At least that's what it looks like. Let's do those. Lighten that up some more. Yeah, we still want to get some lighter stuff in here, but again, before we start doing all the panel lineage, yeah, we were working with that bigger brush for as long as we could. Now we're gonna start working with some of our finer brushes here. There we go. So yeah, Uber Yeti, it's usually this combination of pulling up a whole bunch of moisture from the southeastern seaboard there up north, combining that with your proverbial low pressure system there. Lots of millibars later. Trying to lighten up these right here. And these again are the kind of arrays that I would print out separately and just kind of stick on there wherever, instead of trying to print it all at once. Now, it might not exactly be a dream thing to have to, be gluing all those little teensy pieces on there. But it would also be a heck of a lot easier than trying to print them all, support them all separately. Again, the only way to know is to try. And I think I will make that, again, part of a printing workshop episode. I think it's going to cover a whole bunch of different things. I get some of the other stuff that I learned, the whole thing with the negative prompts, like we were talking about, right surface tension, those, and not just us, shall we say, disparaging the whichever one we're using, much as we would like to. Now, keep in mind that this is not necessarily solid. As you can see, there's air in between those. So this looks massive and it looks very heavy. There's actually a lot of open areas in here. It's deceptively solid. It's actually not even this. There's a lot of open areas in there. The most solid thing is the gator section. Even that is not as Maybe even this one. Now this one actually, no, even this one too. There was more hollow sections than you would think. Great to see you there, Recoil. So still pretty frosty here, Recoil, but I'm trying to do some test prints. I was actually going to probably in the next 10-15 minutes or so just run down there and just test, look and see, how are they still rolling. I've actually got all 3 printers going right now for the first time in forever. And I might have also learned another little something about making the orthographics too, Recoil. Because there doesn't seem to be any unified approach. Huge surprise, right, when it comes to the orthographics. What one says, okay, this is the ideal thing, then something else says, well, actually, no, it's this. Huge surprise, right? I'm going to try to lighten up a little bit more of the birdie there in our insignia there. So recoil, is it going to be, I know you were saying some places it's 50. I know, and you were saying you were pretty much in the 40 to mid 40s or something like that, recoil? And I think it was, so what is it, 50 is going to translate into about 118, maybe 116 or something like that. Yeah, we definitely have pretty much the opposite of that here. Again, it's probably somewhere in the, well, and I'll also check that temperature thing too. I think it's somewhere in the minus 10 to 12, 13 or something like that. Thank you so much, Uber Yeti. Appreciate that. Yeah, that the mobile Twitch on the mobile stuff never really they never really quite figured that out, did they, Uber Yeti? Thank you so much, Uber Yeti. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Now I'll take me some of this. I'm going to bring it over here. So in addition to using the darker stuff for our panel lines and such, we're going to also do some little sharpening of some of these edges too. In fact, we'll probably do this first before doing the panel lineage. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of our darker lines and edges that I want to reestablish here with all this stuff. Yeah, Uber Yeti, it's another one of the sets of the zero sugar energy drinks there. Because at first there was the citrus ones that I was getting, and those literally do actually have some orange pulp in them. Then there was another batch where I think those are kind of like, there's actually one of them is more like a green, and then there's one that's very deep purple. That'd be fantastic there, Rico. Now, Rico, I don't know if you just heard about the joking about the gummy bear schmeesh marines. So there's a challenge for you, Rico. Gummy bear space marines. And then force then force Rot to have to repaint all of his stuff. So if his tournament armies at Adepticon all have to be gummy bear based. try that. Here. Welcome back there, Irid. Why don't you share your Pinterest link now that you've returned? And it's is it 3 Pacific time on Saturday, right? That you're doing the going back to the Gundam stuff for Friday and Saturday, but Saturday is the early start, if I remember. And again, programming note, I'm hoping to try an earlier start on Saturday. That's pretty much weather dependent. That'll be the one thing that pretty much will be the final arbiter. If there's no big snow things or anything like that. So recoil, I guess, well, we'll be doing something a little bit snazzier cooking-wise tomorrow because the neighbors, they actually went to the store and grabbed me some stuff. So I got me some things that I can try and cook with tomorrow. I mean, nothing super fancy, but, you know, more than I thought I was going to have to work with. So yeah, Saturday is a 3 p.m. start. Different start time than usual for Irid there. Man, oh man, there's all kinds of wacky little things going on here in this engine section here on this Tauron ship. Well, that sounds fantastic. Rico, you'll have to send me some pictures of that. Definitely, if you don't mind, send me some pictures of that. That sounds like that's going to be super fun. This is a cuisine channel after all. I wonder, I probably need to do the same thing up on the top of the... Yeah, yep, sort of. Speaking of our darker stuff, how's about we maybe do some of that? And yeah, I'll start over here just to kind of get the ball rolling. Breaking this down. I think we're good to roll now. There we go. Yeah. And then all along all these sections here. Just all this stuff. Yeah, look at all those edges we're starting to bring back now. I mean, it was inevitable when we were doing our early dry brush stuff. Oh, you know, I'm going to get me a little bit of the ombre in here. Yeah, a little bit of the burnt umber, mix that in with our coal black. Nah, I mean, thin that down some more. Now we're talking. Let's see. It's classic Tauron approach, right? Recoil.
So say we all.
Great to see you there, Horns fan. Oh, geez, it's kind of late for you. Wow, it's super late for you there, Horns fan. Holy smokies! But thanks, Horns fan. Appreciate that. So Horns fan, hopefully everything goes well. There you go. Boy, Horns fan, remember the last time you were here? And I said, well, 40 years ago, the Patriots and the Bears were in the Super Bowl, and then there was a Final Four that was composed of those two teams. Guess which team was the one that made it and the other one that didn't? Huge surprise, right there, Horns fan. No, Cam did. This is the. Remember that I was talking about the. I made that little discovery of. It was like one folder with a whole bunch of the Tauron, Geminon, and Aerolon ships. I don't know if these are all like Ghost Fleet type ships there, Camda, but yeah, these were all in that one. Somehow they were all in a full. I thought it was one ship. It turned out like there was a dozen ships in there. Let me see. So Horns fan. Well, actually, Horns fan. I hope that you didn't get too much. I don't think it got too crazy down there in Texas land when it came to the cold and the snow. I don't really think you had a bunch of ice there either. Let's just say it's been a mite bit frosty up here. Snow wise, again, it was maybe about four. Well, again, downtown it was more like 10 inches, but out here, there wasn't anywhere near the lake effect snow. So here it was more like 4 to 5 inches. Hard to tell because it was also kind of blowing around. So you did get some ice down there. Okay. The Horns fan, there was a bunch of folks I knew down in Tennessee. They had no power for about 30 some odd hours. So hopefully none of that was going on. Actually, Horns fan, if Vrabel manages to win that Super Bowl, you just wouldn't think this was possible in what 100 and some odd years. But he would be the only coach. Well, I guess we're not counting regular, NFL championships, but in the Super Bowl era, he would be the only coach to play for a team, win a Super Bowl, and then coach that same team and win a Super Bowl. That's never happened before. Thanks, Camda. I know we were at 37% on that high. We're at 37 now. Thank you so much, Camda. Let's put it this way, Horns fan. I believe that the Patriots have lost more Super Bowls, and again, they've been to a ton than a lot of teams have even been to Super Bowls. I mean, obviously the Bears were only in two, and they lost one of those. So I would think he's going to be Coach of the Year, hands down, right? Right, Horns fan. Ben Johnson was in the running. I guess the Horns fan, was it a catch or was it an interception? Yeah, Horns fan. I'm just imagining, how much fiber are people eating that they need those 800 rolls of toilet paper? Because again, if I needed that much, if I was eating that much fiber, I think I would probably take out half of a hemisphere. Thank you so much, Inganes. Well, it puts us at 43%. So yeah, Horns fan, are we back into this what is a catch debate, which never seems like it ever really ended? Let's put it this way, Recoil. Just imagine every Aussie Rules game, every single time there's a mark, it gets reviewed. I mean, literally every single time. And these reviews don't just like, oh, okay, he caught it or not. These reviews can take, oh, I don't know, 10 minutes on their own. Yeah, Horns fan, just make sure, and that they probably already had more stuff than they could eat sitting in their cabinets already. That's the thing that gets me. And again, I mean, I appreciate the neighbors, getting me the food and all that kind of stuff, but I've walked to the store many times in sub zero weather. And by sub zero, I mean Fahrenheit, sub zero. Today again, it was about 8 degrees or something like that. So I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll just walk over there. But they said no, you're not. So I said, okay. Let me see. Yeah, recoil. We have had very few player coaches, and that's certainly not really in the modern era. Well, that's a little. That's I could see player coaches in that era. Now let me see, Velfer. I think. Well, we'll do this on a couple of things here. This film noir here, but let's set it up like so, and let's hit ourselves a film noir. Wow, it almost looks just white. Look at that, Belfera. Even now, here we go. Let's see. So we're at about 45-ish%. Yeah, you can see there's some of that blue there, and we're gonna get some of that elsewhere here. But boy, that even something like this, right, Belfera, the film noir has value. Let's see. So yeah, recoil the baseball. Oh, there we go. Yeah, recoil baseball tended to have kind of the player manager sort of thing going on more recently. So yeah, I would think that that's happened much more recently than say in the NFL. Actually, recoil. There's no way you could do that now. I mean, it would be impossible. Let's put it this way: recoil. The head coach, he has an offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator. And there's some head coaches that don't call the offense or defense. Oh, there's also a special teams coach, recoil. Yeah. And of course, Horns fan, I think the Rams are going to have to fire I think they're on their 15th special teams coach of the season. Yeah, they might. Now, basically, what it is, you have teams like Seattle, or even say the Bears, who, well, they've been drafted higher because of lack of success. And that does mean, well, at least it should mean, right, Horns fan, that your bench is a little bit better than some of your other teams where they're older and they've got a lot more money tied up in one or two or three players. Yeah, boy, that's kind of a neat thing, recoil, because again, with the way things are here, your head coaches are, well, I mean, they're more like CEOs here, recoil. Yeah, Horns fan. I mean, you could argue that that cost him the 1 seed. It certainly cost him that game. All three phases, right, Velfera? Actually, Horns fan, the Cowboys have two first round picks, right, because of the Micah Parsons thing. Yeah, I think the boys have two first round picks. And pretty much everybody in the universe knows that the Bears are looking to get, well, defensive linemen and linebackers. Oh, geez, Horns fan. Yeah, the Natty. That was an interesting result right there. The fact that yeah, it was Miami's home stadium, and 70% of the crowd was Hoosier fans. Now, of course, we will, as we've been covering it all season, we will be covering all things Super Bowl on the Wappleville Sports Network. Again, that legendary battle between Swampton and Barton. It looks like they're preseason number ones. Yeah, because the preseason number one is always completely accurate, right, Horns fan? It's never wrong. Let me see. Yeah, preseason number one is the first team that's going to have a shocking loss to an unranked team. That I think that's how the preseason number one works there, Valfera. They're just predicting which team will lose to a team it shouldn't lose to first. Let me do this. Yeah, Horns fan, I think Jerry was able to, shall we say, do a little bit more of that look at me now thing than he should have been. If the Micah Parsons doesn't get hurt, he does not look quite so smart anymore. Let me get the ends of these barrels here. Yeah, we need to do this. We'll get some lighter stuff on our red. Then we still got our panel lines to do. I've been trying to do all this other stuff first. Kind of doing all these edge cleanups and such. Again, where maybe some of our lighter dry brushy stuff went a little bit past where it was supposed to go. Horns fan, I heard that there was some off-season foot surgery or something like that for Arch Manning. Uh, Also, too, we were talking about it, Horns fan, that there's more and more players. They're just staying in college because A, they're making more money than they would in the pros, and B, well, some of them they didn't have their best performances in the playoffs. Now, did they? Yeah, recoil. What's funny is usually that game is like the one that's least worth watching. I think it's a little bit different now because the NFL is a 50-50 league. But before, I mean, there was a whole portion of time where the Super Bowl was, is it going to be a 20-point margin or a 40-point margin? Yeah, there was one era where the AFC would win every Super Bowl by 20, 30 points, and then there was an era where the NFC won every Super Bowl by 20 or 30 points. But it is getting to be that time, right? Has preseason actually started yet? Recoil. Obviously, more and more Bulldogs posts keep showing up in my Insta and Facebook. More of our dark down in those areas. So again, we're doing some cleanup stuff here first. Then we'll get into get all the panel line stuff over here, like what we've got on the Gator section right there. You can see it, right? See all those panel lines. Those don't exist. Those were not part of the texture at all. Yeah, we'll see. This is not exactly the world's best quarterback draft, and of course, Horns fan. There's a part of you that thought maybe Mendoza stays in college just so that he doesn't get drafted by the Raiders. And of course, well, now the Steelers are also Dallas North because, well, they got Mike McCarthy now. Trying to make that a little bit. Yeah, yeah. Let's get this in here. Get that nice and tidy there. Yeah, that was all of these things. We did it on the side. Now we got to do that on the top sections here. Let's do that. Let's get that rolling here. And these two areas, as you can see, I'm just going to be sticking my hand on those. That's pretty much what we're going to have to do. We'll just sacrifice those. They're easy enough to, I mean, it'll take 2 seconds to get that paint back on there. So yeah, I'm not gonna, I'm tempted to even just wipe the paint off of there just for whatever, since I'm gonna just keep continuously wiping that paint off of there. Alrighty. Let's get this stuff going here. So yeah, a little more there. This edge. A little more, come on. There. Alright. Horns fan, actually, they did hire, let's see, did they already hire their head coach? And Horns fan, did I hear it right that there's several coaches that declined to have a second interview with the Browns? Actually, hey Rico, we might actually have a player coach. Yes, the Cleveland Browns might have a player coach because there'll be like one player that wants to stay on the team, and there'll be no coaches. So there'll be one guy. It'll be, instead of a 53-man roster, Cleveland Browns will have a one-man roster. He'll also be the head coach. He'll also be the offensive coordinator, the defensive coordinator. Actually, hey Uber Yeti, if you want to share some stuff again, I know like early on you shared some stuff in the chat there, but yeah, if you want to share some of your stuff in the chat again there, Uber Yeti, please go ahead. So yeah, Yeti, I'll try to get you some preview pictures there of some of the goodness that hopefully has worked out with the test prints. And then I'll send you some other pictures of the stuff again that I want to try and test print tomorrow and Wednesday and such. Horns fan, when I heard that, I thought that was like just some kind of weird troll or something. I'm like, he played in 2 games. I just I don't quite get that. Actually, Horns fan, I don't know if you have an Insta or something like that, but if you would like to share any of the stuff that you're painting, actually, oh, hey, Armored Wolf, why don't you share, yeah, share the vids on the dice bags there. Yeah, sorry about Armored Wolf, but now that you got those vids, yeah, definitely share those. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Bringing some light in on these guys here. Yeah, this was a pretty crazy section to print out right here. Man, there was a lot going on in that section. Taking some of my Oh, these layers right in here. Let me get this going. Nice there. Too much. That's fine. We'll do that. This could be later up here, though, for sure. And I think we're just about to the point where we can think about doing our panel lines on here. Let me do this first, though. Let me get. Now that's Perline Red. That's not Perline Crimson. It kind of looks like Perline Crimson, I have to say, but it is definitely not. I need to get that darker stuff around the edges. Then we'll come back with some of the lighter stuff here. Also in here, some of the darker stuff. Now, might also get some light in our red here. Let me maybe take a little bit of that yellow in there also. So Horns fan, this is, you could almost think of it as first Cylon War. So this is a Tauron ship. So this is not one of your colonial fleet necessarily. Now that other ship that I was showing, that's an Aerolon ship. There's also Geminon ships. So that's why these are a little bit more primitive, as you can see, maybe than say your true BSG era ships. So think I don't know if you ever saw Caprica Horns fan, which basically was it kind of explained the origins of the Cylons. I really did enjoy that show. Rico, I still haven't found that one. Well, wouldn't have had time to watch it anyways, but I still haven't found that first DVD. So Abu Jawjar says that these ships were in the turn-based strategy game. So now, Abu, these were first Cylon War, right? Horns fan, there's only 2 seasons of it, I think. There might only be one. Maybe there's only one season, but I really enjoy that. Right, Recoil. It's one of our faves. Actually, Horns fan, if that had come on in this time period instead of what 10 years ago, I think, or more, I think it would have done really well. Yeah, I think it would have done very, very well. Just it was kind of almost before its time. So Abu can confirm that the game was set in the first Cylon War. Actually, Abu, that sounds really nifty. Yeah, I'm guessing. Well, it's probably a no longer in print sort of thing. Although if it is, that'd be fabulous. I guess I'm gonna have to look on the Amazons there, Abu, to see if I can find that, because that sounds pretty good. So yeah, Horns fan. Well, let's see. Well, Rico, you've seen it. I know that I'm pretty sure that Camda has seen it. And again, that's kind of a fave. Okay. There we go. Now, Abu, in the PC game, are you essentially, is it entirely just Colonial versus Silent, or is it kind of well, divvied up. Where, okay, the Aerolons have their own private thing, and the Geminons do. So Horns fan, that was just basically like a one episode thing. That was Blood and Chrome. Yeah, unfortunately, that was only one episode. They were kind of trying to do it in a different way, where they didn't need a monster budget to do every single episode. I did enjoy it myself. But yeah, Blood and Chrome is what that was called. So again, we're starting to divvy this up. Right? That stuff's not actually there. Rico, you'll have to fill me in on that then, if you were familiar with it. And that got too dark. No biggie, right? We can just kind of take some of that away. Again, we're trying to do some different things with our panel lineage here. Get that going this way, straighten you out. And you can see it's not just like a bunch of Lego bricks, right? It's going in different directions there. Okay, so it almost sounds like, well, either. I mean, now it's so many different things. World of Warships, your Starfleet one there too sounds like the same kind of thing. You start out with a tugboat, and then you got to work your way up. Thanks, Rico. Appreciate that. Is that called Starfleet Command again? I never actually played it, so wouldn't know, but I think that's what it's called. I wonder. I'm still gonna have to get some later stuff back there, it looks like. Get more panel lineage here. Yeah, let's divvy this up now. Get into a whole bunch of separate little panels, and then we'll break it down some more. All right. Now, is that one that you and Ront ever played? Kind of. Oh, geez. Actually, Rico, when is the last time you guys played Valheim? That's it. Yes. I think it's probably been months, right? Recoil. Can you see what I'm doing? Yes, you can now. And we'll be coming back in with some other lights in here, and I'll redefine maybe some of our panel lines too. So Abu, he did do some of the he did some of those support. Oh, geez. Actually, here, wait a second. Let me see if I can get you this link here. 1 second. I think it is all the way. Wow, it's way down here. But there we go. So this is not all the ships. I think I've done 3 now since this video here. But yeah, that's the one. So that video has most of the. That's got 13. I think this is ship number 16. So that's got 13 of the 16 ships in it, and one of them was a fleet. Oh, there's one actually, Abu. It's actually a Raptor tender, and there's actually a tiny little Raptor, like literally sitting out on one of those things, and we painted it so that the Raptor's searchlight was shining. Yeah, that was super fun. Oh, Uber Yeti, that sounds really delish. I already consumed all of the venison sausage that Kathy's family sent me. Yeah, they that barely lasted a week. The stuff they sent me, that was consumed rather quickly. Recoil, that would be actually recoil. That's the thing that once I learn, I kind of get proficient with making my own ships. We could kind of re-engineer these things recoil so that they could be printed out much smaller. Now, what would be interesting recoil is almost like a Star Trek Ascendancy type version of Battlestar Galactica. Now, I don't know quite how that would work, but that could be interesting too. Me Again work a panel line in this way and that way. Another couple of panel lines here. Let's try and do some on this section right here. And then again, we're going to be coming back in with some of our light, some of our mid-tone. I wonder, you know what, I'm gonna do this for right now. I think that would be better than all the, yeah, than all the light there. That makes a little more sense. Let me see if I can get. Geez, I might have to put some more. I'm a fast matte white out. Ooh, speaking of which, let's lighten up these guys. That's right. There we go. And maybe a little more thinner in there. I guess the other thing I've got to figure out, recoil, is how we make some. Now I might just have to make them the way the guy did. Remember the stuff that's not quite Battlefleet Gothic? It's more like Schmattlefleet, Schmocket, whatever. And he actually did do the little flight stands, with small ships there, or small, obviously things like Vipers, Raiders, Raptors, which would effectively just be like maybe a little round thing or something like that, with some Vipers sitting on it. Nothing three-dimensional or nothing too much. Okay. Recoil. There's like this thing right here. Even this section, if you were to cut this off from the rest of the ship, there'd be almost no support for it. That's why I want to kind of. That's why I want to design. Oh, actually, recoil. Holy smokes! Guess what other thing? Babylon 5. So recoil, maybe instead of just trying to kind of do the ships that already exist, maybe we just say, okay, fine, we're gonna do our own Babylon, 5 ships. Okay, that I think that pretty much sets us now on the engines there. Let's do some. Here, let me go back to the. That's our much later radiant violet there. Just breaking this down, getting some thinner on there. There we are. I mean, recoil, when you think about it, okay, there's. You're going to have your grav section, right? And then you're going to have your lunch bays, as we referred to them here. So again, just starting to bring in some of the lighter stuff here. That's not. This is by no means our lightest light. Again, we'll be coming back into this with our fast matte white. I'm just trying to bring in almost a little bit more of the Aztecing as well here. We'll be doing the same for some of the lighter green as well. And then there's, these things going to have to get a little bit of a cleanup here too. Such as it is. Yeah, recoil, I'm liking this more and more, where it would be kind of neat recoil to actually, what would you say, create something where you basically you print out the ship pieces and you're kind of constructing the fleet the way you would want it to be constructed. So instead of, okay, I'm just going to print this ship, this ship, this ship, I'll print these pieces and I will kind of make the ships that I want to make. And gee, recoil, I wonder what kind of platform that we kind of use already that might actually help us make something like that. It's all train stuff, right? Recoil? Yeah, that sounds like train stuff. I think, yep, it's your fleet, your way, right? Uber Yeti. Now let me get, oh, this is it. This is what I've been missing. Now this is going to kind of go in the oppo direction here. This is going to be a little bit darker here. This is that crazy bluish color, but again, I just feel like it is something that's funny. It actually looks light there, looks dark here. We'll come back again with our fast matte white again. Don't worry about that. In you go here. We need some of that over here too. Let me refresh. Boy, as dark as this color is, it's barely a mid-tone. It looks really light there. There's 3 bits there that also need a little bit of mid-tone. Camden, believe it or not, well, here, now this one, Camden, technically should have been printed bigger. believe it or not, because you can look at the scale of the mounts there. So this could have been printed probably 20% bigger. And remember, this one's already longer, right? This is again, this is the Aerolon ship. It's actually longer than this Tauron ship. So at 20% bigger. Oh my gosh, that would have been just ginormous, right, Camden? Get me more of that down in here. Again, look, I'm holding this here brush, just 2 fingers on that brush. There, that's more like it. Bring that down here. Rico, I'm also gonna have to. I'm gonna start doing some stuff on the ventral section down here too. Some later stuff. I think yeah, that's finally set down there. That's about time. Come on, there we go. On these ribs right here. Also a little lighter. Also here. Come on. There we go. And that can't be quite so dark. Breaking that down some more. Doing that now. Let's try this again. And in here. Some more light also over here again on these panel areas here. That should maybe be a little lighter in some spot, not everywhere. I'm gonna start doing some of that over on this side. So now we're what, 3 hours, about 3 hours, 15 minutes in here. No zenithal. No, nothing. There was certainly no space keep on this base. There was no paint on the ship either. That's all been done in the last 3 hours and 13 minutes. We're not saying, we're just saying, right, Uber Yeti oils. Oils it is. All the time. Although, like I said, on that freehand video, I am going to try to use those green stuff worlds, those marker brushes, whatever, and see if I can fill those in with some custom darker colors and make them more effective than they were with the oil paints. Or at least just make them usable, because they were pretty much not usable with the oils. Thank goodness I only did like, what, four of them or 5 of them tops. I think it was might only been 3. Still trying to figure out why they work in reverse, right? Where you turn to right to loosen it. Yeah, okay. Oh, back to this blue here. We never did anything there to lighten that bit up. Okay, yeah. We're gonna a little bit lacking there in our light. Now here we're gonna get some more mid-tone there. That Aztec is a little bit too dark. We're gonna make that lighter. Let's come in with some of our light here too. Yep, let's do this. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Now, I mean, they're maybe not absolutely 100% like put some our anti-shine over the top, but these are basically. Man, do you see any paint on my finger? We were just painting these what on Saturday? Yeah, we were painting those. Well, technically, we were still painting them on Sunday. Man, there's no paint on my finger. That I was just touching them. There's no paint spreading around. It's just well, and even that. I'm pretty sure Cam did that entire that backdrop that I painted. I think that's all dry also. So it's not just only on the miniatures because the amount of paint. Well, boy, did that not look like a watercolor there, Camda? For the whole first section there was mega watercolor for sure. Yeah, let me get a little bit more of the bluish stuff in here. And we'll do this here. Get more of that kind of almost like a bluish gray in there. That's fantastic, Stretch. Now, Stretch, obviously, maybe who knows, Stretch, but do you think Thursday you might have that on your Instas or something there, Stretch? Only asking there, Stretch, because if you got that on your Instas on Thursday, then you could share that, during the stream and such. So yeah, if you've got it on your Instas by the here we go. We've been forgetting Camda. We've been forgetting all about Cobalt. Oh, let's see, not Radiant, Radiant Cobalt Phthalo shade. Yes, because I'm mixing our Phthalo green and that together. That is going to be one crazy color here. There you go. I mean, not a ton of it, just a little bit here and a little bit there. Every so often, somewhere. Like maybe there. Another little bit of it right here. And let me see if we can't. Isolate another little bit of Aztec and right over there. And now here too we've got another thing. I'd like to get a little separation in that. Also there. Let me go back into our little insignia right there. Let me see what we got. We've got this. That's the Naples yellow right there. And that finally should really draw that out. Then we'll get some of our white into that as well. Come on, push that this way, push that this way. Yeah, Uber 80, what was was that series 34 or something? Whatever series that was. Remember we did the Tyranids with the oils, but all of the interference colors. Is there one of those? Hey, here he is. Yeah. We did a whole army painting series on the Tyranids, and That was where we were using the interference colors, also to on the stuff on the base. So those are all make it epic basing bits right there. Jeez, forgot all about those. Now for the birdie right here, or the phoenix. There. It's gonna be even lighter, maybe. We still have to get back into our fast matte white as well. Lighten you up some more here. Again, some of these different panel. Also, maybe some of the weapons. Yeah, they got a couple little lights to bring back there on our coasting, basically anti-aircraft mounts there. Lighten you up in there too. Well, they'll get those Tormies. Well, by the time you finish the last one there, Stretch Pretzel, you know exactly how you want to paint them. It's funny how that goes, right? Is you by the time you're done, then you know exactly how you can paint them to maximum efficiency. It is the way of things. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get some more light into these, and I probably have to do the same thing on the other side too. I'm not gonna bother with those things because, as you can see, I've been sticking my hand on those over and over and over again. There are some things here down again on this ventral section we want to lighten up here. And then we're going to go the opposite way here in a sec. And we've been doing all this later stuff. Now it's time to do the darker. So I'm going to get this out of the brush here. And now, same stuff we did on the top. We got to do that down here. So many of these lines to sharpen up. Let's do that on the starboard side here. Yeah, cleans all that up. There's only so much we can do with the light. We had to finally come back with some of our darker stuff here again to make some of these edges stand out a little bit more. We already, nah, the top bit. We hit the bottom one with our light, but here, let's get this top part here. That little part over there too, okay. Let's do some more of this. No, let me do some more. Like that. Continue on here. Can we continue? Let's do more of our light down into these sections. It still has some of our violet color in it. Our not radiant violet. Fast map. Right, yeah. Let's bring some of that back out here. Okay, it's just gonna be a tiny bit. Not much. Now this is gonna be much later than what we've just been using. It's also got a teensy bit more opacity to it. Yep. I can see that difference. Get that down here. On these hydraulics right here. Just lighten up you a bit. Yep, I'm going to lighten up a couple of these panels, and not all of them. But you can see a few places here where we just kind of lighten those babies up. Yeah, this probably too should be later. And I'm lighting up this panel on this side. Now look at, see, that stands out a whole bunch more than it did just a second ago. That is way too dark in there. Now there's all these crazy. Then we'll have to get some of our darks back into. Actually, here, let me. Some of this actually did have some light on it, but I've kind of wiped it away. You know what? For now, let me just grab this real quick. Okay. I'll lighten up this panel here. You know, I'm going to hit that one too. Okay. Change that up a little. Might reinforce some of my panel lines on that too. Is nice there. I'm probably going to lighten you up as well. Some more light over here too. Tighten that up. Yeah, let's have that go all the way to the edge. Fine. Oh yeah, this side definitely needs. Gotta define what this is here too. Take that light down here, down there. We've gotten the dorks in here. Now I then come back with this lighter stuff, and yeah. It's kind of the same stuff. We'll be doing that back there too, I think, on back towards the engine area there. Hey, Boneless, how you doing? Great to see you. Happy Tuesday and all that. So hopefully the game was a blast there, studio. I'm sure it was super fun. So yeah, studio, we did this kind of the usual way. Did a little more of the wispy kind of stuff here on the base, just again to do something different. Now that we're on what ship number 16, yeah, I think. So we had 13 in that video, and I think this is the third Battlestar since then. So yeah, this is ship number 16. That's pretty crazy to think, right? Recoil, we got that many ships now. And now we're gonna start making our own because we don't have enough ships already. I can't help but wonder if that's a way to approach all this. Well, let's see. I mean, aside from the base stars and the resurrection ships, and then obviously all the small craft, I'm just trying to think of what other Cylon ships were there. I don't know if they had tanker ships or anything like that in the same way that the Colonials did. Now, that sounds like it really was fun there, studio. So studio, I guess if they decided to, maybe, I don't know, around one of the face-offs, get engaged in a little bit of a fisticuffs or something like that, the dentures would have been flying. So see you later there, Stretched. Have a good one. We'll see you on Thursday. Again, that we'll be doing some Lord of the Rings flats. It'll be the Return of the King. That'd be funny if I did do the Aragorn one instead of the Arwen one. It would be the Return of the King. Actually, it will be the Arwen. No, it's gonna be the Arwen for the stream, and I was gonna do Aragorn for the video. That's right. Yeah, we are returning to our because I got two different types of printed flat there. I've got kind of the original image to STL version, and then I've got the newer Maker World style. So see you then, Stretched. So yeah, studio, I can just imagine that they had their walkers out there. They just put skates on the walkers. When they put him in the penalty box, they left him in there for a little bit longer so that they could use the facilities. Let me do this. Instead of Gatorade on the benches, they had milk of magnesia. Let's do our lighter stuff over here, right on the top of that. Same thing here and here. Might have to do the same. Yeah, we'll have to do the same thing on the other side. Yeah, Studio Boneless. I was gonna say those shifts probably not as long as they might have been when they were players. And I guess at that age, Studio Boneless, sudden death overtime takes a whole new meaning, I guess. Let me do this right here. Anything? Let me lighten up this over here. Yeah, again, we have to kind of reestablish some of our panel lineage there too. Yeah, uh, same thing on again some of our turrets here. Bam. Okay. Now, what's crazy Studio Bone, when you see some of the really real old timey footage there, and you have goalies that aren't even playing with a mask, much less a helmet. That's pretty wild. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for sharing the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. And again, that's where all the other Battlestar ships are, and our Lord of the Rings gummies, all that stuff. That is all on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Let me do that. There are still some more gummy bears left to paint. Well, there's still Sauron himself, but I need to find the file because I would think I was able to save one of them at not 40 feet tall or whatever, but I have to find that one. I have plenty of the ones that's way too tall. No shortage of that one. I got that saved in a bunch of places. Okay. Let me try this again. Yeah, alright, and then here too. Lighten that up. Sneak some of my light down in here as well on that piece. I mean, it's facing up, so it better be lighter anyway. And then on here, there was a... Come on, get out of my way. There we go. There's some also little detail type things on here. I'm going to try and hit... Do that same deal now on this side. There's one right here. Another set of top edges to do. Let me see if I can just get the top of that. Sneak it through there. Okay, we got that one. This one's going to be jinky because we've got a couple of those basically anti-aircraft mounts to kind of slide through. It looks like we did it. Now I got to do the same thing also on this side over here. Yeah, just two fingers on the brush. That's it. That's it. No death grip on that brush. Boom, look at that. Nice and solid, nice and clean there. Same deal there. Just gonna maybe lighten up these, there we are. Fine, we'll lighten this up as well. our Phoenix here. I might try to get a couple more bits of the light in here. That better be later as well. Okay, and now to come back with some of our dark and kind of rework some of our panel lines here. Because some of those got, well, for schmizzled a little bit. Now we're talking. And even the width of some of these panel lines also different. Some a little bit heavier than others. Yeah, I might rework that panel line over there too. Now here we're kind of missing, so I'm going to restore a bit of a panel line there. Not sure. I'm just going to go first darker with this. Could come back with something lighter. Now these here, we're going to get the darks on the end of the barrels there. See you later there, Irid. Have yourself a good night. Well, we missed our 5-3s by a little bit, but it's I just look over. It's 3:33 in the morning here. So we aren't technically. We did see our Cinco Trace. Okay, now all of this. Okay, what's happening with this? Do I just darken it down? I'm gonna try that first. Well, darken down to a mid-tone, not anything too light. And then in here, I've also got a smush all of something down in here too. That can't all just be. That's our darker glaze stuff there. And then to the other thing, I was kind of hoping to get me that sky blue again. I was hoping to put a little bit of that over here on this to indicate some form maybe of source lighting. Well, let me maybe use this to blend. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So again, did we do a whole bunch of layers there? We literally just took one much lighter color, put that on there, and then wiped it away. Wiped away the rest of it. So, Irid, have a good one. And again, hope that you have yourself a fabulous Thursday, Friday stream there, and Saturday. Again, the Saturday starts earlier. That would be 3 p.m. Pacific for Irid. Starting again, a couple of fun Gundam streams there. Yeah, take that away and now come back with the, and this is just the sky blue. There's no white added to this whatsoever. That's one of our Paul Rubens paints right there. Now we'll do that on the other side. And that's going to also kind of enhance the idea that there's some kind of glow happening back here. Okay, and now maybe up in here, take away some of that light. So there's a couple of our, when we were adding our really light interior stuff, some of that got a little too far outside of it. Now, grab a little bit of our lighter stuff to mix in with our sky blue here. Not too much though. Thanks, Camda. It's always interesting because you have like a little internal debate. What kind of a color shading or whatever would we want on the engines there, and how does that sort of make the rest of the ship stand out? Uh, what contrasts better? Not just the lightness of it, but also to even just the color of the engines. If those were orange, that'd be very different, right? Especially with all the orange we got going on down there. Let me take a little bit of my mid-tone down here. There's a lot of stuff going on there. Let me just restore these real quick. Again, that's where we were kind of wiping the paint away with my fingers there. I was tempted. No, I'm not going to do it. I was tempted to add a whole bunch of light around them here. If I do that, then our engine glow not going to be too much of an engine glow. Now, Camda, but yeah, hopefully streaming is something you'll be able to kind of keep on. Don't know if you were going to be doing a stream. I guess that would be yeah, later this evening for you, right? Trying to work a little bit more on my light back into this here. And now this edge up here has got a little something to be cleaned up. We either do this or we go back with the dark. I'm going to try this first. It seems to do what I need it to. And now we'll do these. Well, when the horde of orcs returns, there, Camda. I guess the first thing they're going to demand is food and then tribute, right, Camda? Let me do this. And I guess Camda, unfortunately, they're more like Urukais because they can withstand the daylight. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, they were not restricted to kind of like only being able to get around at night. Actually, um, when I saw your message there, Camda, I just thought of the GABA, as in the stadium, the GABA. And I was like, wait a minute, what does Aussie rules have to do with that? So Cam, do they still have the Macker's feed bag there? Because that was something I don't know if I really heard that advertisement at all this last season on Aussie rules. But I swear it was either last year, maybe it was years ago. Yeah, the Macker's feed bag. That was something they were promoting a lot. I'm guessing that was more than just a Happy Meal, also too. I think that was meant more for adults, and there was more food in that. No idea what went into the Macker's feed bag. Okay, good. I still do have some of the white here. Let me get some of our fast melt white. I need some of that on this thing, also on that thing. Maybe some on this thing. Oh, and of course, recoil. Now, the one ad that has been the same every year, I swear, since we first started listening to Aussie rules back in what, 2008, is the Reams commercial. Install the Reams, yeah. That's one of those satanic jingles that you can never forget, which I guess is the point of it. Taking our lightest light here. Yeah, let's bring that into this all the way back here. Yep, Uber Yeti. It's been the same jingle over and over and over again for years. I mean, even if it was just a different jingle or something. But yes, it is never changed. More might light up on the top of that, and then down in each of these. Oh, and then here. Yeah, that couple of those a little more than what I was necessarily looking for. So yeah, Uber Yeti. That's all we want is we just want him to change up that jingle. Cause just like Recoil posted there, that is, you just hear that over and over and over again. Install a Ream, which obviously that's the point of it. But it doesn't mean that's something that you just want to keep hearing every single Aussie rules game. To this right here. Get a little bit of that light in there. Let me try some of this way down in there. Because again, it can't just be flat nothing down there. We gotta have a little something in there. Even if there's light bouncing around off of these things. I will take a little more white to put that into my sky blue. Turn this around and do the other side now. Okay, so now we got ourselves some glowy stuff happening there. Let's do that here. Back, yeah, we never got the really light stuff in this one rule. Well, we did some of it back here. It's another little area up here that I'm gonna see if I can't do some cleanup here. We'll start out with the lighter stuff, I think, first. Now, I was trying to do some stuff in here very early on, but the glaze stuff was just too wet in there. So Uber Yeti has now been exposed to the Necronomicon of the Install a Ream ad jingle. There, we'll do this. Of course, we still The loss of the Budweiser frogs. Do this here. We're gonna get some of our light into that. Come on, one more light. There we go. This side. That piece right there. Someone got none of the light on there. What are the excavators recoil? That's the other one that you hear that ad all the time for those excavators. Now recoil, they get the same ad playing on rugby games and also on the cricket matches. Just occurred to me to ask. Because somehow just hearing that jingle for a rugby game, or even for a cricket, especially a cricket game, just seems a little. I don't know why that seems like that shouldn't be the case. Okay, yeah, we've got our little bit of that now. Let me go back to. That's a little bit too much of our blue. We're gonna get a little bit of the brown to gray that down. Now we're talking. A little more thinner, I guess. Here, let me do this. Right up here. Much better. All right, that does it there. Bring this down. We did the line. You know what? Let me just grab this. Because we did do some lighter stuff on the port side. Let's do that here on the starboard side. Starboard side. I might even get a little bit of the, come on, radiant green in there. Oh, Rico, I did some screen caps. I got to send you these pictures. I think it was the 10 largest stadiums in the world. And recoil, I do believe of the 10 largest stadiums on the planet, 6 of them were college football stadiums. Here, right here. Now, as per earlier conversations, recoil. Needless to say, I think the biggest one was that in Barcelona. It's obviously a Spanish soccer stadium there. I think the top 3 obviously were soccer stadiums. But then after that, it was all college football stadiums as far as the biggest stadiums on the planet. You had the Big House, you had the Shoe, you had Kyle Field, you had Bryant-Denny Stadium. That was one of the surprises. I did not realize. I was still thinking that Bryant-Denny down there in Bama was still only like 85,000. No, it's actually 101,000. Let's see, Tiger Stadium down there in Louisiana. It's only about 102,000, and Neyland Stadium is actually smaller than I thought. It's only 101,000. And then of course you've got Texas. There's I think it's about 102-ish, something like that. Again, this has a little bit of our radiant green in it. just I kind of want those edges down there. There were supposed to be, I think, some gun mounts sticking out of there, but those just didn't print, and not really gonna worry about those too much. Not gonna worry about it. Couple little lights on these edges, which we haven't done yet, and then more light over here. Is nice. Yeah, we're missing some all along this edge here. Hit that. Down here. And there. Bring in more of my light right here. I'm liking some of the different greens that I'm seeing in there. Let me try to throw some more dark into this. I'm going to take some of my red, bring them over to the black. It's around the Phoenix portion of this. And then we also need, we don't want to look too much like a goose there. Oh, yeah, I think we got it now. More of our dark. So we're bringing a lot of the lighter stuff. Now we'll come in with some of our dark here to lock in some more of the sharper edges. Yep, there's still some missing over here. We'll get them. Yep, a couple of these. I'm sure there's some on the other side. Come on, bring this in some more. Couple of darks in there, and now there too. Come on, there we are. Try that. Yep, okay, I think we got all of those crazy little. No, we're missing a couple down here now. I see all of those, and we're pretty solid on these. Now then there's these guys, which I've been waiting a while to do some of these. I'm just gonna have to stick my finger there so that I can do this on those pieces. And now here, bring out those shapes a little more. Come on, these two. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Like I said earlier, we got another video that I'm going to be filming. I'm filming a couple of videos Tuesday, Wednesday. Our latest video was painting that Trench Crusade backdrop, and that was featured in my latest YouTube video on the regular YouTube channel. There will certainly be more of those because now I'm realizing I need to do a whole bunch of Lord of the Rings themed. It's funny, Rico. I got all of these, Lord of the Rings landscapes and spacescapes and ornaments and everything, and all of these Lord of the Rings figures, but no specific Lord of the Rings backdrops, which is hilarious. Needless to say, we'll have to do a Minas Tirith and Idaros, a Shire, a Lothlorien, and Rivendell, so on, so forth. Let's do this right here. Now we already did get these prelim. I didn't think I'd done these backside ones here on these struts, but looks like we did. Now this one's got not a lot on there. Okay, that's definitely better than the 0 that was there. I can get a couple of more of these pistons right there and there. I might throw a couple more of our smaller stars down here while I'm thinking about it. Yep, too big. Well, I will just take this and then just kind of smudge that out a little because of reasons. A couple more of my lighter dots down here from my lighter stars on this base. And again, when you go back to the start, this was actually the first thing we did was the base for obvious reasons. Because once this big old honking ship is sitting on top of it, well, it's a little bit difficult for you to see. So that's always kind of the first part of the process. Even when I'm doing the the Battlefleet Gothic ships, it's the same deal. I generally will do the base part first there, so that you can at least get a better chance to see that process. This is some of our mid-range gray that's going to go in there. Oh, yeah, how about some of that over here? And then we got to get more panel lines over there. More panel lines, more better. That's for sure, recoil. Did I do... Okay, I did do some on this side. Come on. Bam. All right. So yeah, Rico, I really do hope that you get get a chance to do some painting there again. I remember, well, obviously you're having a ton of success with all the basing stuff too. Yeah, you definitely had a good run of the painting stuff happening. No, I'm not going to bother putting any more fast mail away. What we got on the pallet is what we got on the pallet. That's it. Give me get back to some of my blue right here. That's fantastic recoil. Yeah, Rico, I'm just there's a part of me that is fearing the imagery of the gummy bear space marines there. Now it's not going to unfortunately be the original because again there's that drifting that I was telling you about recoil. And oh my, it definitely negatively impacted the Trench Crusade bus there, where everything, even with all of the negative prompts, it still was including all the stuff that it wasn't supposed to. But then, huge surprise, right? Is this going to be too late here? Let me try this. Nope, that is just about right. Yeah, okay, that worked out for those bits. Thanks, Rico. Yeah, the other thing I always have to remember to do is at least get that 3/4 angle. But now that I think, for whatever reason, she finally has the the multi-view as part of it, that's kind of a game changer, I think, and that might make doing this stuff. This is the key thing. Well, also to our Babylon 5 ships. I think that is going to be really helpful for getting those designs made. Alright, okay, I did that. Let's go back to our dark here. And just try to, here, let me do this. I'll just use my finger there as a little bit of a prop. Now we got it. Yeah, I want maybe, well, here first we'll clean up. This is a little wonky down in here. Not sure what all is in all these areas here, but I might just throw the dark in here to. Yes, that seems like a good plan there. Even with their darker glaze stuff, guess what? It can still, in some places, be a little bit darker than that. And remember, that was our early pin line wash. That's typically phase 3, would you say? Yeah, phase 3 of the ships. Phase 1 is do all the lighter dry brushy stuff on the ship here. Phase 2, painting our base. And then phase 3 is all of the glazy stuff. And then we start coming back in with the lighter mid-tone dry brush. Then starting to create the Aztecing, and then kind of getting into the panel line stuff, and then, well, then there's everything else. So again, Thursday stream, flat Thursdays, of course. And I think we'll do our hand at Arwen there. Yeah, recoil. There's still characters that I haven't. There's no Elrond. I haven't done Elrond flat yet. Oh gosh, I'm only imagining a recoil with a Tom Bombadil. Actually, maybe I should do both Tom Bombadil and Goldberry. Yes, we have no Tom Bombadil, and I think it'd be more fun if they were both kind of in the same piece. I'll have to remember that. Yeah, still haven't done Elrond yet, and I gotta do a Tom Bombadil slash Goldberry. I think it'd be more fun if they're all together. Can we do some light there? Sure. A little something there. I don't I don't remember that. Uh, it's it's kind of I'm trying to remember where that's from. Also, too, brain is well, it's not at high operational capacity right now. Oh, you know what? Let me get my dark back here. Oh, that didn't go there. So yeah, some of these a little too far with some of those. Take that out. All right, you. Maybe I'll try to get that panel line a little heavier there. Yeah, recoil. I'm trying to. Actually, now recoil. Of course, spoiler alert. Right, since Chief was also a Cylon. I'm true. I mean, how did well, actually, it's been long enough recoil that I'm kind of forgetting how. Oh no, that's right. Well, that never mind. Now, okay, that's right. See, that's how long it's been. I forgot there was a little bit of switcheroo that happened. See, that's what I'm thinking. Is that why was that not the chosen one there? Let me take this. Now that. And more there. Actually, who was the other? Oh, it wasn't Cat, was it? Yeah, I think it was Cat, right? The pilot that kind of was one of the rookies that eventually tried to challenge Starbuck there, and that was with the one Scar, yeah, the one Cylon Raider Scar got all hooked up on the stims there. And I think there was, oh yeah, the episode where they were They have the radiation detectors there. I do believe they called the rookie pilots nuggets, right, Recoil? If I remember right. Nah, that's too late. Let's take that down a bit here. Is nice. There too. And I'm pretty sure, let's see, was it Blackbird? That was the Viper that Chief was working on in, well, not so secret. Do this. Yeah, Rico, I've got to find the files. I've got Raptor files and Viper files. I'll have to find those because, jeez, we've painted a ton of these, right, Rico, and none of those. Gotta get some of those painted. It might be interesting. Maybe some Viper things by painting in different color schemes. Kind of like, okay, maybe in more of a Tauron color scheme and something more of a Pycon color scheme or whatever. Oh, all of this stuff is pretty much just dark or middle tone over here. Let me see if I can change some of this up. And it's all kind of the same there. Well, that got a little too late. Alright, that's better. Now, maybe, here, let me just get one last little touch of our fast mount white out here. Well, let me see. Well, we have the Blue Angels here. Do you remember? Oh gosh, from Space Above and Beyond. I think they weren't they the Angry Angels. I think Recoil. Pretty sure that's what they were called. I don't think I never even got a chance to see the whole pilot episode. And if I remember right, they did not do so well in their first rounds of combat there against the aliens. And okay, there's these couple little things in here. It's gonna be tough to, because these are a little more wonky than the ones on the other side, but I think we still got them. Oh me see. What was the Amigas that we used? Well, the Amigas they used for also too for all the Babylon 5 graphics were Amiga 2000s, I think. Yeah, I believe that's what they were, Amiga 2000s. And Lightwave, and that was something I actually was working. It was bizarre to be working with that at the same time they were using it for all the B5 stuff. That didn't quite go as planned. Let me get that taken away right there. Now, we only ever had the one Amiga 2000. That was it. Take my... Yep, I'm going to light right there. And let me see what we can do. This is another area I was kind of hoping to bring back the light for. Yeah, these things. Right there. We had the old Amiga 2000. Like I was saying the other stream, some of those really old Starship designs that I had, those are all saved on zip drives and SideQuest drives. I think those might still be sitting in the garage just in case there's ever some ways of getting the files off of there, which I don't think there will be, but do that. Okay. And we'll do that. Little bit of our, yeah, light inside these little boxes here. Blending, brush to tone that all down. But I never did get a chance to go down there and check on those prints, so I gotta go do that now. And since it is, well, 4.5 hours in, I also want to get going on some more other work here, which means we're going to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. Of course, all the thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids. And as I just mentioned a little bit ago, this coming Thursday we get back to our flats, and that's going to go back to Middle Earth there. And I'm going to try to do a couple of different Arwen flats so that we can kind of show the difference and the two different styles of making those. Now, here's again first of our Tauron ships right there. Lots of engines on that. So see you later, Uber Yeti. See you later there, Recoil. Again, thanks for hanging out, Uber Yeti. Appreciate that. And yeah, there's yet another one of our ships. Another ship. So see you later there, Recoil. I'm going to get our raid countdown underway here. To Brush Master. So yeah, we have an Aerolon ship and then a Tauron ship. So thanks so much, Armor Wolf. Appreciate that. And we'll see everybody on Thursday.